Ah, can't help but notice I wasted all the countdown time as I try to ponder why exactly. Well, there's a lot of whys that I have in mind about this warehouse setup. It all looks pretty good on the tinner, but why does it not fulfill all the things I've told it to do? I'm beginning to wonder it's a dispatch problem, as in there are so many dispatches it can do at once. But I don't know about that. The issue I'm looking at with this one right now is that Warehouse 5 is absolutely backed up with alcohol. Alcohol that by rights it should be sending down to Iberia. There's no reason for it to hold any of this alcohol if Iberia's warehouse isn't tanked up. But all they have is wine. They don't have any hard cider. This warehouse has loads of hard cider. They don't have any beer. We've got a fairly hefty amount of beer. We haven't sent any brandy over. And in transit there is wine. And that's the only thing in transit from Warehouse 5 to Warehouse 4. So maybe it can only do one dispatch at a time, and it's focusing too much on trucks to be doing any Zeppelins, which is a problem. It's one of those problems I was talking about, which is a bit of a killer for this one. I mean, this all still works, there's no doubt about that. It just doesn't have the throughput that I need. I'm beginning to wonder if, for a complex setup like this, would it be beneficial to have multi-warehouses? Then things get really complex really fast. Although, I could have one warehouse for sending out the goods that these need and another warehouse for sending out the finished product. But I'm not so sure about that one because the road network that I have set up here is for going in and out to this warehouse, not to meeting these other places. If you were here, you could... you only get to there, you can't... How would you go from, say, this warehouse to out of this place? I don't think you can, it's a closed loop. Multi-warehouses, I'm getting flashbacks to Perfect Hansa 2. There were a lot of warehouses in the Perfect Hansa, I'll grant you that. I think I used a single hub-based structure. I don't think I used multi-hubs. Multi-hubbing sounds like a pain. You'd need to have those hubs balance between themselves or have everything very fine-tuned. Anyway, something clearly isn't working here, because the goods aren't being sent out. Which means I couldn't just copy and paste this design because the throughput isn't good enough. That somewhat needs some testing in my view, but I think I could make my life easier if I segregate them. I should probably only have finished products done in one place, so I would have the... well, finished products is a bit of a misnomer there. I'd mean... I would want all the breweries in one place, and I could do all my carpentry and yeasting elsewhere. That might be the best way to do the factories, actually. Although I really liked having everything in one place, and I certainly liked having this also contain the carpentry needed for the barrels. Probably better to have a different place that does all barreling. I'm thinking of this not necessarily for this tinner run, but for when I'm going to have to carpet the entire earth in industry. It's probably going to be in my best interests to have a designated woodworking area where wood goes in, it gets carved and barreled, and that's it. Out comes barrels and planks of wood. Depends what the worldwide demand is. It might even get to the point where I need a designated barrel creating area. It's hard to know until you level up all the cities and see what their shops are going to be. In any case, I'm getting somewhat carried away with that. This system does still work, and indeed, if things get backed up here, it still means that at least the booze would flow out, whilst everything else doesn't need what's coming. It still bothers me though, it bothers me greatly that the problem with this is the inability of the warehouse to chug out enough outgoings. Especially when that problem is shipping out the final product, which is where the blessed money is made. Good evening, Jake. This game has slithered in and gripped your life. And happiness release. Hey everyone, happiness release. I don't get it, but I don't want to be released from this happiness. I do rather enjoy this game, and puzzling out these sorts of issues, although it seems frustrating, is kind of my idea of a good time. Right, all that preamble done with. We're back with Rise of Industry. I think we might be approaching the end game with this one. Oh, I already terraformed Anatolia. That works to my advantage. There are two main things that I want to do before we go full tinner. One is to supply Iberia with books, and the other is to supply Scandinavians with booze. Maybe, just maybe, I can do an improved version of this so that I can feel out what a better solution would be. Now, one thing I don't particularly want to do, but I'm going to do, is I'm going to remove RoI LLC from the game. I don't mind them being in Iberia at all. I'm pretty sure that's them in Iberia. Oof, that's an expensive permit to get just for Iberia. But I want access to Iberia so that I can put a dock in without having to move my warehouse, and I also want to be able to use Russian land to supply the Scandinavians with their booze. Should also take note of just how large these cities get when they hit metropolis level. They do get quite sprawling, don't they? In any case, that means that RoI LLC is forfeit. It's going to cost 41 million to buy their stocks, but they're going to increase in price as I buy them, so I somewhat suspect that this is going to cost a little bit more than that, and I'm certainly not going to get my money's worth for this. There we go. They're bought out. I own all their stuff for that, and I don't really want to keep any AI industry. So do you want to demolish all the newly acquired buildings? Absolutely. Give me some money back. There we go. That still ended up costing me a pretty penny. But I freed up Iberia and Russian Empire for my own devilish needs. And they will be devilish. Let's get rid of all these roads. I'm not particularly fond of them. I think I'll do the boozing first, because that should be the easiest for me to set up. Not least of all, I'm still researching how to make the books that Iberia demands. I could just carpet destroy all of this, but I want to preserve the trees. For all I know, I'm going to be cutting down these trees for all the wood I need to make yet more barrels. Never imagined the barrel economy would be as choking as it is. There we go, I want to keep the road that I need for this one. So, huzzah! Scandinavian borders do extend a little too far for my liking, but we can still make that work. I can also see an opportunity for me to link Russia up with Scandinavia here by rail. Because I don't own Scandinavia, I can't build my dock here, and I can't terraform either. So I reckon when the booze is coming out of Russia, it should be coming over by rail. The trouble is you can't turn rail on water, but I could figure where this is coming along here. Oh, it wants to take that route. No, I don't think so. This is useful if I have the gridding on. Just come along here. I could have a cheeky little bit coming out here to just catch the rails and bring them down towards Russia. I mean, heck, I could even have it link up with this warehouse, but I don't think I want to be doing that. What is it about this game that draws it to you? You're always fiddling around with this game, which can feel good or bad, but for me, it feels pretty good. I'm not sure I can give much of a better answer than that. I suppose it has the making money element, the growing element, and it's also the fact that I've been really hungry for a game where I just build stuff up. But I wouldn't want a cut and dry city builder like Sim City or City Skylines, because I find those games a little dry. And by that I mean there's no edge to them. You just build a city, it all looks very metropolitan, and ugh. You know, give me Banished or Frostpunk over over Sim City any day. Do you remember the last time you streamed on both Monday and Tuesday? I don't, but I'm sure there's records of it. I'm doing this because I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. I'm going out for Christmas partying instead. Don't know to what degree I'm going to be wanting this land to be all flattened, but I want to keep this area free enough for my tinners, but this is where I can do my boozing. Yeah. This road, I might end up finding this to be a bit of a pain, so I'll temporarily get rid of it. I feel like it's limiting my movements too much. Now, fortunately, I was a clever bugger, and I put together... Well, I put together this wonderful 12 farms and logistics setup that is great and completely self-contained. I love it. However, I will want to use the blank slate instead. Yeah, I think I'll put that here, the boozing here, and then have it sent over probably by rail. But the boozing's going to need its extra glass, I can't forget that. And I might be a little tight on the glassing here. Fortunately, this seems to work out pretty well in its own accord. It should get, well, I know it does get plenty of sand. It would just be a case of putting in more smelters. Or better yet, I could just double the efficiency of the existing smelters and glassworks, because the same amount's going to have to come out. The lack of coal might end up being a problem. Actually, 307 coal is only going to result in so many more units of glass for me. And glass is used for the brandies, right? Absolutely. So I'm left wondering if I actually want to do that. There's... I was also thinking of dispatching more from this warehouse up to Russia if I have too many of them, but it's the throughput that's the issue there. I think it was the ideology expansion for RimWorld, says Darthair. Regarding what, though, I don't know. Oh, for when I last streamed on Monday and Tuesday. That makes sense. That game gets its claws into me whenever it's got something worth doing there. Right, which way do I want the stuff coming out? The railway's up there. That seems like plenty of space for all the farms. I'm not particularly interested in supplying Russia with anything more than I have to. But it might also be in my benefit to set up the industry here first. I can reduce the smog with air pollution grabbers, and I can make my barrels over here. So that shouldn't be an issue. Oh well, it's always about just getting started. Putting down that first batch, that first commitment is where it all starts. This is quite nice because I can ship the excess from here out to Russia, or to Russia's cities, no problem. Yeah, I don't see why not. How big is that, is my booze farming on the map compared to this? It's about as tall and wide, on one side at least. So yeah, I think we'll just do that there. Now this warehouse does automatically suck up what it needs to, which is fine. And then I need to put in the farms that that the boozies need. And that consists of, hey, you know, I've still got it written down from last time. I'm certainly going to need better notes on these for when I do other things, but for now this will do. Oh yeah, it's also the thought that I could have them on 200%, no problem. Were these ones done 200? They absolutely were. Excellent. Do I have these considered at 200% or not? I have something like 5 out. Oh no, this is production per 15 days, so that's fine. Okay, so this shape is lovely because it gives me loads of space to put the farms out here. It's got a lovely central irrigation tower that will water everything, and all the water for the irrigation towers. Things go into a warehouse here in the center. It's all set up for one-way left-hand driving, and both a Zeppelin and a train station for getting out of there. I don't think this will need a Zeppelin, but it's always good to have the ability to ignore traffic altogether on getting your stuff out of there. And since it shouldn't really matter what goes in here, we'll start placing them down. So first off with the orchards, I don't know exactly how I normally have these set up. But we'll just start throwing them down like so. And I did the last one wrong. So there's the 5 apples that we want. Of course we want it working 200%. I will almost certainly want these water things working 200% as well. This is pretty relaxing in its own way. 9 loads of sugar. Now I don't think the Russian Empire wants any sugar. No, it doesn't. So I'll probably have excess of that. That's alright. Oh, I should put second ticks down on my little notes here, though. So the apples are in. Should consider what else I need from orchards first, though. Yeah, grapes, because we need a lot of grapes here. Well, that's what we're gonna do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for grapes. And more grapes. 2, 3, 4, 5. Now that all looks pretty good so far, but the last one's a little awkward. Because I want a grape placer here that only has 2 of those. Unless Russian Empire wants more... No, Russian Empire's not interested in grapes. What about the Commonwealth? You got a hunger for grapes? You do, but it's being sent to you already. That's the problem with having loads of different places that produce it instead of having one mega place that's centralized. The mega centralized place is certainly going to cost more in transport, because it's going to cost more to get stuff, say, from here to France than just having France do its local stuff. But in a game like this, it might be better just to have things that are easier to manage. By the way, this warehouse, I am embracing the auto ways, whether I want to or not, and I don't really want to, but there you go. I was searching around for information, and I could see a lot of posts to the tune of auto warehousing kinda sucks, but it's too much of a pain to be doing it manually, and at the point of that, you usually don't care about the money so much anyway. So I'll have to embrace the auto ways. Actually, I've got a message regarding that. Auto warehousing trucks are always the small ones, manual use, Auto warehouse does not use warehouse trucks, but tells the buildings in the area affected to send their own trucks. That's why it's always low capacity. Well, okay. Still a shame though. I'd love auto warehousing to use big trucks. Otherwise, you're just losing money because you didn't do the micro. It's a shame that it works that way, but what you gonna do? Right, well, what I can do is stop moaning about it and get on with building this up. We need hops now, and hops are just regular crop farming. So in you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the hops. And then we have more hops. I love the way the farms can be layered with quite a bit of maneuverability. Doesn't matter where you place the farm in relation to the farming site, as long as it's within range, which means you can have it mix and match with other farms like so, allowing for lovely tessellating designs. So that's that in the hop farm. It's going to be a little bit of overproduction of hops, and again, I don't really think that's much of a problem. I wonder if I could just drop you down a little bit. Production time goes up by no, that's not good enough. I'll take my overproduction, it's not going to be too bad. I could delete one of these, but why bother? M&M. Also worth noting that these things should be running at 200%, and again I can just copy and paste. God, I love that copy-paste thing, thank you forever. Nemi Blub for pointing that one out. You didn't point out that it existed, but you pointed out that it's a nuisance, which coaxed out checking to see if it can be done another way. Right, I need 9 tatties. So, drop farm over here. Show me the tatties. A 1, a 2, a 3, a fun times I put that in the wrong place. pretty good at misclicking, placing down my fields. This is where F8 mode would probably help. But I don't like F8 mode in general. So show me the tates, and we'll have another one put over here. Again to the 200%. Oops, I didn't want to delete all of that, but at least I got all my money back. I just realized I did it in the wrong way. This thing should have been coming out by 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and doing the tates at 200%. The game seems to lag a bit. Do you think it'll manage until we reach our goal, or will we ever repeat a railway empire? Well, we're gonna find that out. I don't know just how big you can get without the game hurting too much. It doesn't seem to lag on 1 speed or low speed in general. Maybe it's all these UI elements popping up. I can run this game for a while once everything is done to feel out what the situation is there. Right, there's the tates. There's the grain. Did I do any of the grain down here? I didn't. I did it all in Scotland. Well, the Scandinavians tempted to say they're undeserving of my Scottish whiskey. I'm sure Russia produces some whiskey, right? We'll see how Russian whiskey measures up. Which will necessitate another croppy farm, which I'll put down hither. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Crop farm. Crop farm doesn't allow wheat. Oh, no, I'm just too blind. It's there at the bottom of the list. There we go. Chug out that wheat. Do the Russians like wheat raw? They do like wheat raw, so it's not going to be a problem that I overproduce it and send it out to the city, which will be something to consider here. I'll probably bring the railway up a bit, and it'll split here, and it'll go to a warehouse here that sells to Russia's shops, and go over here to go to the Scandinavians. That'll work out quite well in my opinion, and it is just an opinion. So that's all the crops, but there's one other thing. We need a plantation for sugar. Thankfully, plantations are the same size as crop fields, so this will tessellate nicely with the... There we go, with the crop farm there. And one more of you, if you please. 1, 2, 3. Wonder if I could just slot you in like so. Beautiful. Oh geez, actually catching a Jake stream 5 AM over here in the PST. Pacific something or other time. Pacific Seaboard time? Go with that. In any case, good morning to you. It's mid-afternoon for me. Right. So this is only going to feed the booze barony over here, which is fine. It won't be enough on its own. Just thinking how we set. It's nice to have hundreds of millions now rather than just dozens of millions. I mean, setting up this isn't quite so scary. And it does get a little scary at times. Now, let me think. This one's going to have a railway coming in this way. I could have a lot of the things head down to the left for the industry. Left. Yeah, that should work well enough. Now, this one will need a Zeppelin field and a train station, because I'm still going to need bottles flown in. The main difference with this one is it's not going to handle any of the barreling, and it's a little tempting to take the yeast out of it as well. The barrels are pretty heavy on demands though, right? I mean, they're demanding all those wooden planks. They're sending in the barrels. I reckon just removing the barrels from the operation will be enough to make this thing operate. Because I do want the yeast to be made there. Because the yeast is only being made for the booze barony. Germany, I believe, does want raw yeast, but not enough for me to be jumping at the opportunity to send it to them. There is something to be said for a central yeast production farm, but naff to that. Right, you're gonna need your train stationy terminal as well. If you could be so kind to have these matching up as I move them over here. Nope, you couldn't be so kind, so I'll put you here. No, it doesn't want to go that way. Okay. Come on, in you go. Alright. Can't help but feel that could have been wiggled in the other direction to do it a bit better. Yeah, to afford me more space over here. Easily solved. I like having my rails go alongside themselves like that, minimizing the amount of wasted space. So... I believe distilleries only need 3. Factory, brewery, distillery... Oh, no. It needs more than I thought. Why did I think it only needed 3? Are any of these places factory-lets? It's looking much better as well, says Ryan. Well, cheers. We're going for things that look better, but most importantly, work better. Okay, I will need a little bit more space here, but that can be arranged. That's going in that direction, best that I remember that. Again, gotta be wary of the smog, but at least I have plenty of space to build up with here. And I could actually just have you clock in like so. Shouldn't cause too many issues. Nobody's ever going to actually use this road. It just needs to be linked up for some reason. Same goes for the zeppelining, but we'll deal with that as and when we need to. So. Dare I say, auto might work well here. Automatically, all of these goods come into the warehouse if needed. The water will probably end up overflowing a bit, so I certainly don't want to be told that it's backing up. In fact, I certainly don't want any of these guys to be telling me that they're backing up. To that extent, I should copy and paste that. Does it copy and paste the message settings? Oh, it doesn't. Surprising, but I still don't want to hear about it. I'm never interested in hearing that I have too much water. Too much water is the opposite of a problem. It might be a problem financially if you still pay full upkeep for places that no longer produce water, but if a place is backed up, it automatically drops its upkeep, so it's not an alert, it's more of a notification. If you're capable of making the distinction, which might seem a little petty at this point. Recht. That's all the raw stuff in. I should certainly be ticking it off. I'm not entirely sure I want to be building the factories at all until these things are underway. What I should consider more is setting up more and better infrastructure. I could have this branch off so it gets into Russia more easily. I could certainly also be flattening this terrain. Just make my life easier for distributing to to Russia. Russian shops, huh? If you had a destination here, what's available? There's the construction goods, there's a farmer's market. What else is there? Ooh. Well, if I just hit tab a few times, I think they show up. Farmer's market, hardware store, ironmonger, construction goods. Right, so if I just have my cheeky little warehouse set up to easily have access to all of these, like so. And I make sure everybody comes back into the warehouse, like so. And we make sure this warehouse has its own train station, again, like so. Then I need only make sure that you can wrap around here at your earliest convenience. And that is exactly why I have my narrow T section. Now this might also seem like overkill. I don't think Kaladin likes this design, but I like it. I'd like it a bit more if it didn't have these round bits here, but what can a man do? Like, not overshoot, that'd be nice. No signaling, no complications, just connect them up and they'll work fine. You don't even need to worry about them colliding, it just slows them down a little bit. They're very durable trains in that regard. So, groovy. Now, this can send its goods over to here and here and here, no problem. But what about boozing up Scandinavia? I could, again, just do it by Zeppelin. That means I don't need to faff around by bringing my trains around here. And that is a little tempting, but I don't have the Zeppelin access here. I said I was going to do it with my trains, so maybe it would be a good idea to get that set up. Eat into my space here, but... First time catching you live, how excited are you for Frostpunk 2? I cannot wait. I get asked quite a lot about Frostpunk 2, but that's fine. It's your first time asking, and I won't hold that against you. I mean, I'm certainly anticipating Frostpunk 2, but I'm keeping my expectations in check. There is a little bit of me that suspects that Frostpunk 2 was a very accidental success. No, I just want you coming over here. Might be better than chewing up all of my everything. Yeah. I don't want to interrupt my factory stuff there. So whilst it might be a little fugly, let's do this. See, my thought is if they... how is this actually going to link up? Oh, you should go into there. One of the weaker things I actually found with Frostpunk was its theming. Gameplay-wise, it was great, but I wonder if it was just accidentally great. If they lay heavily into the theming at the expense of the gameplay, then it might make some people happy. It might even make the correct amount of people happy for them. But for me, it might not work so well. But that's an if situation. It might turn out to be just fine. In any case, I am looking forward to it. Frostpunk was so damn good that it would be foolish of me to be anything but excited about that. But keeping it in check. I'll be a little bit more excited if I can get this coming off the way I want it to. This is going to be a little awkward because I want to leave space for the industry. But that gives you an opportunity to come up here. The industry is going to be flowing out here as well. Or at least that's the plan. The industry could all be forked down this way instead, leaving me with quite a lot of free space over here. It's an option. You know what? It's no big deal for the train line to run through here. It's barely going to disrupt anything if it does that. I can just bridge over it. Remember folks, trains are cool, but trucks are cooler. And so's Frieza's brother. Right, now the big issue. Aberdeen's worst newspaper. Can we? Yeah, we can! Bridges are cool as well, guys. And they're so cheap. That's a huge bridge and it only cost me 200,000. There's a bit of a trap in the tech tree, by the way. If you look for distribution, there's a tech that makes the cost of your bridges and tunnels 25% cheaper. Oh, nice. That would have saved me, let's see, 400,000 worth of bridges there, a quarter off that. Wow, 100,000 in my pocket. That sounds great. This tech costs $5.6 million, and you will not be building that much worth of bridges, let alone getting that amount in saving, unless you're doing some absurd, massive island-only thing, in which case you're probably going to have most of your bridges set up before then, or you're going to use boats. So, don't take that tech. There's no reason to whatsoever. There's a speed tech for them. I'll consider that, but right now I need to get my books operational so that the Iberians can be taught how to read. A thought that intimidates me and them in equal measure. Now, how's this going to be? I think I'll cut you off a little bit. And I will anticipate my desire for a bridge. Whether or not I need this, I don't know. But I'm prepared. Oh. Can that train go through there? I'm going to assume absolutely not and make that again. I'm quite happy the way this works. You can actually layer your roads like this. You know what really popular game failed at that? Tropico. I don't know if the later Tropico games actually managed to have layered roads and things, but it was a big problem with making good traffic connections in Tropico 3 and 4. You just can't have roads going over and under each other. Except, as with many things, there was an exploit that did allow you to do that. So lucky us, I guess. Right, that's connected. This isn't quite connected yet, but I'll... just so that little thing isn't popping up and bothering me, I'll link you up. Now. What's next? That is all linked up. You're still moaning about this, but I'm sure you're fine. Because, yeah, you can go into there and out of... yeah, there we go. The game probably just calculates that every now and then. At least Vumer loves the intersection. Okay, I think I can unpause for a bit, get these guys activated. The water will fill up, it'll fill up the irrigation tower, fill those up, and then I'll start distributing. All the while, I do feel a little uncomfortable because this thing isn't working quite right. The booze is not distributing as it should. I could probably fix that entirely by outsourcing the barrels big time over here. And then I just fly the barrels over. Very expensive shipping the barrels out like that. I mean, another better option is probably just to have the barrels made here. Then this thing would probably work just fine. Might be a great idea to do that now rather than experiment without barrels over there, because then it'll tell me if it works or not. That's a lot of barrel setup that I'd be throwing to the wayside. But at least only a barrels industry is something I could thunk down without needing to think about it much. The barrels could be flown in, so it's not exactly a problem there. And look, I've got all this wood that I've turned off, just waiting for something to do. Where did I outsource my wood production? It was done over here, right? Oh, well, I have another considerably better idea. We have not yet smogged East Anglia, and that changes now. Where do these carpentry centers deliver to? You auto-deliver to warehouse 3, but the auto is off? Ah, you manually go to warehouse... wait, what? Why are you on auto? Oh god, don't tell me all these are over on auto now. Seems to be manual. Okay, right, you're sending to Warehouse 3. How about we don't have you sent to Warehouse 3? How about we set up our own little one over here? Oh, what if I could send them out by boats? I do love using boats. But no, it's barrels, and they need to be... No, I can boat them in! Yes! I love using my boats. Okay, so how's that going to work? I will set myself up a wee warehouse here, and I can terraform in East Anglia. Nobody can stop me. You're going to come along here. My town is covered in smog, but Ireland isn't. Come on, Jake. Look, Dark Young, maybe if you resided in somewhere good in Scotland, like Edinburgh, or, there's nowhere else good in Scotland, but... What a pity, Young. I guess you're just more English than you thought. How are your lungs? Right. I'm going to try my best to make this stuff work to my advantage. Right, let's really cut down on the auto area here so I don't suck up all of these. Hopefully I didn't turn all these auto. I didn't. Good, they're stuck on manual. And they're auto... If they were to be auto, they're not going to that warehouse that I set down because I set its range. Good. Good, I'll try my damnedest to figure out this auto warehousing just so it cuts down on the sheer amount of micro that I have to do. So this should loop around rather nicely and easily. But I wonder if I'd be better having it set up better for all those... Nah, this shouldn't be so dense an industry that it needs to be done like this. In fact, I could even have these manually deliver to... manually deliver to places that make the barrels here, which further deliver them up. That would be fine, and all I'd need to do is go a 1, a 2. They have manual destination for Warehouse 3, but I will change that out shortly. And this warehouse delivers to, I believe, those extra carpentry centers that I made, so I'll have this one do the other ones. Get those raw bits of wood over to here. How many are you going to send? I don't know. Tons of them, though. And more wood over to here. Come on, who doesn't mind a buffer? How many barrels am I going to need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them running at 200% will supply both of them with all the barrels. It's quite a lot, actually. 8. Fortunately, 1, and what I can do is take my first one and tell them to make barrels, and then tell it to... if I tell you to deliver here manually, are you going to copy that along? I think you are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I'm just a little bit off here, but too bad. I'll make it 8. And then you're not going to the warehouse anymore. You're going to here, and to here. I can have 9 of them, and I can just do that, can't I? I'm gonna try and see if I can copy paste this along as well, because that'll save me some time. 21, 22, 23, and 24. Right, just send absolutely everything to those guys, and if they end up backed up, then too bad, but I doubt they will. And let's copy paste that setting to these guys as well. Now, are you going to do the same thing with your destinations? No, it didn't copy destination. It's a bit of a pain. That's funny, I thought these guys copied their destination. Yeah, because I copy-pasted the whole thing. Huh. So it doesn't copy-paste absolutely everything. Bit of a shame, that. Let me think. These guys come out, want to go left. Oh well, it's no big deal if I just tell them to do much and such the same here. Although they could send it down to that warehouse, and the warehouse sends it up. I worry about clogging this. It's no big deal, just share them out here. These guys are certainly going to eat all of that wood. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Well, I just had a thought. What if I just delete these two, and then I just make this here and here? Will it remember where it's going to? It does. Nice. Then the only thing I have to reset up is this warehouse, being told to deliver the wood over to them. Cost a bit of money, but that's okay. This is where you can see the difference in polish between, say, this and Factorio. Factorio would have anticipated my desire to do that. As it stands, replacing all that cost me money. So these are going to deliver to the barrels. The barrels go to the warehouse. The warehouse is naturally going to have... Hang on, are these guys on auto? No, they're on manual to the warehouse. Of course, because I copy-pasted a manual set to go there. That's fine. Now, East Anglia, as you enjoy your smogging, you can also enjoy shipping out. Now, this needs connected up for reasons unknown. You can ship out all of those Tier 2 wooden barrels, and you'll be sending them to Warehouse 5 by boat. Plenty of cost, but that's alright. And give them, oh, I don't know, 30 barrels. And do the same for... That one doesn't have access to a boatyard, and I can't build one in unless I terraform this out quite a lot, which I'm not particularly keen on doing. But not keen on doing isn't the same as I won't do this. If I could somehow bring the shore over here, I could have that. Where am I drowning here? Is this going to be me drowning Russia, or am I going to be drowning Estonia? Not entirely sure on the exact border here. But let's be fair, if you're drowning Estonians, you are drowning Russians. Now, is that going to be enough? I would also need to flatten this part out enough. I don't think it's wide enough. Now, how about that? Sweet, we will get our barrels over here by water. I haven't had to do a tunnel before. What the? It wants to put a tunnel all the way out to there? You're the boss. That wouldn't actually connect it whatsoever, so that was a waste of money. I wouldn't be able to connect you up no matter what, actually, with this consideration. Can I push you out a little bit more? I can, just a little bit more. Controversial comments today? Controversial doesn't mean untrue. A lot of Russians over around there. For reasons. Okay, there we go. We've got the boat set up, so now we can sail over the finest English wood. Oh, sorry. England's wood is Irish. Sorry about that, East Anglia. All of your trees are... Well, no, not all the trees are dead. Some are merely dying. Right, those wooden barrels are heading over to Warehouse 24 by boat. Send over like 30. Use the Kiel Canal, please. Again, expensive, but what can you do? And I should be able to let that run for a bit. And do you have barrels backed up in Warehouse 5? No, God, I should not click on the Destinations button. It chugs. There we go. You're backed up on barrels, so actually, assuming this works, and I have no reason to think that it wouldn't, I can turn all of these off. The question might be why turn it off when you can just delete them. I'd lose all these wooden things in storage, but, you know. Once you get to a certain point money-wise, you're not going to cry over a few 100,000 of lost products. So, with any luck, the fact that this warehouse is no longer shipping out and in barrels means that it can get to dispatching all the goods that it has piled up. Oh no, don't click on destinations. We don't like that button. Currently, it's not dispatching anything. Trains aren't coming out, trucks aren't coming out, so you would assume it's dispatching everything it needs to do. But, again, Warehouse 4 is dying for some hard cider. Warehouse 5 has tons of hard cider. Warehouse 5 also has the order to send... Oh, I've done it again. It has the order to send hard cider... That is hard cider... to Warehouse 4, that is Warehouse 4, by Zeppelin. Why is it not sending? Why does it keep waiting on that? Maybe Zeppelins are really slow at being sent out, and the Zeppelins are not... Well, no, look at that. Zeppelin came in and went out fairly swiftly there. Maybe dispatching these kinds of goods by Zeppelin's a bad idea. It's possible that... Yeah, it's possible that Zeppelins are really slow and you want to use them only for really not very frequent goods that you want to dispatch. There's a tech that might help me with that. Oh, but I already have top Zeppelin speed. Then getting rid of the barrels might not help me, if it's purely down to the lack of this thing being able to work fast enough. And if that's the case, then I'm actually going to need a train station set up to deliver the goods to Iberia. Which wasn't the plan. In fact, I already have this train station, and I'm not particularly well suited for shunting it out another way. I could send them down by truck. Dum 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 dum. Yeah, I actually think my problem might be with the Zeppelin. The Zeppelin's just so slow at dispatching. Flatten the whole map, the best kind of vanity project. Flattening Iberia would cost probably about $1 billion, so I'm not quite equipped for that. Why do they use Zeppelins instead of planes and such? You know, stylistic choice. You don't see Zeppelins in enough games. Right, well this is an eye-opener. When on earth should you be using Zeppelins then if they have such low throughput? The year is 1930, yes, although 21 years have passed, so I guess it's 1951. When to use old Zeppy? Yeah, the Zeppelins have betrayed us, it seems. Could sort my issue with boats. Yeah, you know, maybe this worked fine with the barrels and even with the other things. The problem was just with the dispatching. Let's go crawling to boats. That makes the most sense to me. I'm going to delete all these crappy roads that my competitor built. Because I know you can dispatch a ton of boats and they have good capacity. Wow. This is a lot like inheriting an AI from Railway Tycoon 3. I think it's 3. Right. Let's fix this issue once and for all. This is good though, it's not just me doing busy work here, I'm learning. God forbid. The grey matter here is folding a bit. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. What shops to dispatch to? Let's just have you come on down like so. Come on, we can do it. We can be in bloody queue it. Well, you'd be said for making this one way anyway, but people would only be using it one way, so it's not important, I think. But Jake, we don't do that around here. We get out the ironing board and we iron those brain wrinkles. Come now. I won my weekly one-shot. How many weekly one-shots have you won, Jingo? The correct answer from your perspective, I suppose, would be 100% of them. Okay, I think this will fix my issues. I just have an inkling. I'm going to go to my destinations, which is going to take 5 seconds to load because I've made too many of them. And wow, it even doesn't like to scroll. Okay, click and drag like I'm 80 years old and using a PC. Wine doesn't go to warehouse 4, it goes to warehouse 32, and it goes by boat. You go to warehouse 32 by boat. You go to warehouse 32 by boat. So, although this might seem very frustrating to puzzle out, I actually really like it, and what I really like is the transition in this game. When you start out, you have very little money and resources, and you do what you can as cheaply as you can to supply, and as you build up, you start making more intermediate, and then towards the end, when you have lots of money, you can slam down things like this. And then you can set up hubbing and not really worry too much about the money, because the things that you are sending off are worth hundreds of thousands, so you don't really care about shedding a few thousand on dispatch cost. I really like that. I could see some people wouldn't like it. In Factorio, for example, you could slam down something that works 100% efficient and then forget about it, because you don't need to worry about it ever again. So warehouse, okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the 6th good is whiskey, which already... You know, whiskey is the only thing I think that actually gets supplied properly. Do we have any backup of whiskey? No, we don't, because this is a single Zeppelin. Well, actually, I think some things come in by Zeppelin, but let's not cloud the issue here. You get what you need. Uh-oh. You were getting your barrels from what I'd set up down there, weren't you? So you're actually now going to be out of barrels. I mean, England could suss you out with a barrel, couldn't they? This is going to be enough barrels for that too. So one thing you also want to do is send those barrels up to here by boat, and yeah, give them 20 or so, that's fine. Once those are operational, this should all work again. Okay, and the only other thing is to make this warehouse actually deliver to shops. Its auto range is too short for the shops, although hey, it hits up the clothing store at least. But if I'd built the warehouse closer, I could have gotten all these, but I need it to be on the shore to work with the boats. But that's fine. This is the least of the micro. Still, I want you to sell to the liquor store. Meet demand, do not wait till full. We don't sell orange sodas around here. You don't get the whiskey, so ignore that. You do get the brandy, though. Oh, I'm actually getting a bit excited about just how much money this is going to make now that it will actually operate. Beer, the bizarrely tier 3 good. Meet demand, do not send full. If you send till full, you're going to miss out on some things that you deliver. Any tier 2 drinks? No tier 2 drinks, but we have tier 1 hard cider. And wine. So there should be 5 different drinks coming from out of here. Okay, great. Now let's see that in action. Boat, activate. I said activate. Why? Why? Hard cider. Boat. Warehouse 32. You have the hard cider. You forgot to send the beers to Warehouse 32 by boat. Is that so? Well, they don't have the beer anyway, but let's check that. Cheers. There we go, I did miss that. Meaning it would have been sent out by truck. Okay, what is with the dilly-dallying? Get those boats going. There we go. There we go. Oh, finally. Finally the booze flows. Although it only sent out 2 of them. What's the hold up? Didn't I tell you to send out all of your brandy? Or all of your hard cider? Yeah, send all of it. There's another shipment of the hard cider. Very good. And there's another and another. Okay. Now, these have much higher... Well, they have double the capacity of the Zeppelins. So by getting them out there, that's going to help heftily. Or at least I hope it's helping heftily. But the liquor store should finally get some goods there. Ah, yeah, look at that. All stored up. Thanks to this warehouse sending it. Oh, man. There we go. Now we're doing the talking. Well, Iberia gets it good. I give Iberia loads of stuff. They've ended up bloated for it on top of that. How's the tech tree looking? Once I get those books done, and they'll be done in a month, I'll have everything I need to set up the next part. Also, with this going on, you're probably amassing some fruits in this warehouse. Actually, you're just getting barrels. But that's good. That tells me that my barrel industry is working flat out. Can we spy a shipment of barrels heading anywhere? Probably not until you have some barrels in stock, but they will. 10, 11, 12. Once it gets up to 15, it will likely dispatch. Once it gets up to 15, it will likely dispatch. Likely dispatch. Well, maybe they already sent out. Let's say Scotland want 30 instead of 20. There we go. Everybody else had enough of them. That tells me you've got plenty of barrels as well. Okay, we largely solved our problem. The problem, as best I can tell it, is that Zeppelins don't dispatch quickly and often enough. But that seems strange. I need to do a test setup that has somewhere only sending out by Zeppelin and see how fast it is. I'm getting the impression that something is foul here, and I don't know exactly what. I also got notification that the Christmas parcel I sent back home has arrived safe and sound, so today's just full of good things. Okay, by the way, did I actually tell you to send all those goods over? No, that's probably the problem right there. Whoopsie doodle. Right, I want you to be sending all that produce over to here. Stat. Send the wheat. Good thing I sent up this boat thing as well then to get the goods out of here. Since the Zeppelins... Well, actually no, the goods are going to Scandinavia, so they're coming out of here. Never mind then. And again, I can't set up a boat receiver in Scandinavia until I buy them out. Right, all the goods over to there. I should probably, well, for one, set them by train, but I should probably put a minimum capped on them. No, the stuff going to the Russian Empire should be sold at a minimum capped. Actually, there's a thought. Let's check what can be sold to Russia and do that side by side. So any extra grain... Ah, crumbs. Didn't mean to delete everything there. Sometimes I press escape wanting to get rid of something and it just clears everything. This is going to be a nice fire and forget once I have it set up. So the wheat will always go to warehouse 24 if it can. However, if we're backing up on wheat, it will be sent to warehouse 25. I'll say if there's 20 wheat, you can dispatch stuff there. And then warehouse 25 will dispatch it to Russia, which I think they'll do automatically. I can set its range for outgoing to be maximum, and its incoming set to minimum, because I don't want actually taking anything automatically. There we go, that should work fine then. And the outgoing should be only to shops. Oh geez, are these the same ranges? Ah. Okay, never mind. The outgoing only goes to shops then. So all the crop farms and things are off. But the farmer's market is on. And then the incoming is just all off. That'll be fine. It's not linked to anything anyway. Alright, that should work enough. And I deleted it again, which I shouldn't have. Warehouse 15. The Russians do not want to eat any tates, so that's not a problem. That sugar just all goes over to warehouse 24 by train. The apples all go over to warehouse 24 by train. Again, I don't know why it loops under the one we most recently put on. The grapes, wow, Russians really don't like to eat food, do they? By train. And the hops over to Russia, over to there by train. Hey ho, is this just a normal long play or are there other goals? This is the tinner long play. The goal is to produce 100 tinners. As for a bigger game with the whole world, that will come after this. Okay, so that's those all sorted out. All these raw goods. Is there anything I'm missing here? No, it all seems to be fine. All the raw goods will be heading over to this warehouse. And does that mean the only excess that we have is grain? Wow, that's rough. Still, sell any excess grain, of which there won't be much, over to that farmer's market, meeting demand, but don't wait till full. Then at least the Russians will have something to eat. And I get to watch these trains flow out. There's 1 train, 2 trains, 3 trains, 4 trains. See, the trains flow out so much faster than the Zeppelins do. And the trains have huge capacity. Trains have a capacity of 20? 12? Wow, boats have bigger capacities than trains. Eat that, train lovers. Regardless, though, flows out with higher capacity than Zeppelins, faster than Zeppelins. They do slow down going over humps, though. I wasn't aware of that. But I think I could solve that. Do we have the speed up? Speed on tunnels and bridges. Sure, why not? There's very little left for me to even consider researching. I don't do offshore harvesting, so that's a waste of time. I got everything for the tinner. I don't deal with these prototypes. I don't deal with any of this, although it can be nice just to get things done. Just put them on the to-do list. Nah, you know, why waste money like that? I'll do anything that's tier 2 just because, but otherwise it doesn't seem worth my time to be doing other things. Besides, in our so-called perfect run, that's when I'll need to research everything. For now though, that should be the last of the research that I will ever want for this run. Speaking of starving, can we see our end goal again for inspiration? Yeah, I'm feeling a bit peckish as well, and nothing would solve being peckish quite like that lovely, dense, calorific and delicious Christmas tinner. I'm still not willing to believe that it's scrambled eggs on top. It should be mashed tates. But then the skirly, the turkey, the gravy, the mysterious white liquid, cranberry sauce, or whatever sauce you want, but it looks like cranberry to me. Some greens, some carrots, and some Christmas pudding at the very bottom. Oh, don't go flying off my screen there. Just get tucked away, and off you trot. That tinner is what this run is entirely about. Whether you wish to believe that or not, it's the truth. Okay. Incoming's going all out, and outgoing should be going all out. For some reason, no shops. Do not deliver to shops. but you will be delivering to other things. Okay, now I can set up my Tindustry again. I should probably do it top heavy here because this is where I'm limited the most on space. So let's just flatten this out a bit so we have said space. Flattening things to just 1 unit above the water is best, but considering cost effectiveness, it's going to be better to raise to what we have the most of around here. Which does actually mean that Commonwealth's so-called wonderful land, although it is flat, it is higher than one above the sea, which isn't great for some things, but for most things it's okay. It's going to be a pain if I need sand. But it's unthinkable that Christmas Tinner would need sand. We don't have foreign objects in this thing. Still, getting carried away. What are we doing here? We are thinking about what's coming down here. Oh, I've got it written down below me. What am I even thinking? Well, I am thinking, firstly, that I should have prepared the glass. This should have all the coal, at least insofar as that coal doesn't run out. How much coal do we have? Not a lot of it. Well, I can import coal, so it's not a huge deal. And there should be some untapped coal. Yeah, there we go. There's coal over here. Coal that I could ship over by boat if needed. Which would be a bit of a strain on the everything, but I can get the coal down to here. I could even just ship it out by truck if I wanted, because getting things from boat to there seems complex. Although, I could probably Zeppelin that stuff out. There's a Zeppelin receptacle there. Alright, so when I'm out of coal, the Zeppelin will take over. Still, what I need is for these things to be working double time. So 200% and 200%. And the amount of glass they need is 3 per 15 days. I'm surprised they make bottles so quickly. But that tells me that 3 of these I need to supply 2 of those. So 3 of these need to be working at 200%. You know what 200% means? It means smog. The smog will cross the Alps. People say I've been ignoring Italy this whole game, which is true, but at least one thing Italy doesn't get is smogged. Alright, that should take care of this. The glassworks should be coming out as we need it, and this warehouse needs to be told to dispatch its glass over to us up in Russia. So, Tier 2 glass bottles, please send them over to Warehouse 24. You blimp them down there as well. Well, you know what? Try and limit it just a little bit. Yeah, it should be fine. Then you'll have your bottles, your raw ingredients. Do you already have your barrels? You do. Then we are primed and ready for this. Okay, let's start out with our breweries and distilleries, which I think is pretty much everything this is going to be. And let's get the yeast going first. Yeast, I need 8 of them done, which I recall being 4 of these working at 200%, but I can look down here for inspiration. Yep, it was 4 yeast places working at 200%. Now, do these guys auto go to that warehouse? Auto to warehouse 24, as they should. Good. I'll build them all and then see if there's any issues with that, but they should all auto into that. This warehouse has its range set to minimum, so it shouldn't suck up any of them. At least that's my intention. Smog will possibly be an issue for Russia, but also possibly not. I mean, Jings, aren't Russians kind of used to being smogged a bit? Maybe I'm driving those stereotypes a little too hard. Okay, great. So the yeast is there, the barrels are done, the bottles are done. Next up is beer. Well, no, next up is whiskey, so let's get the whiskey done. 1, 2, 3, 4. The loving thing is that as long as I stay within the range of this auto warehousing thing, it's not a problem that we make these roads long. It's not going to add to the traffic having long roads. 4 of those working at 100% is fine, so really, why not just have 2 working at 200%? That's the important question right there. Grain whiskey. Oh yeah, grain whiskey at 200%, please. Russians have a lot of space for smog to dissipate, so not really. Ah, very clever. Let nature do the depolluting for you. Good old Russians. Okay, with whiskey done, it's beer, and that is 6. 1, 2, 3. Do I actually need 6 of them making beer? Nope, 3 of them running at 200% is A-okay. Because beer is made in 15 days. And now I feel that we could perhaps have this rope its way back. What is next? Next up is vodka. Vodka Drunkinski, our favorite Punch-Out character. Don't believe the censorship. Ah, these connect together, don't they? Roads get a little funny when they intersect with bits that come out of these, but not haha funny. Vodka, 200%. How many do we need running at 200%? 3 of them. That makes sense. We're pretty quick at making vodka. Yeah, vodka in 15 days. How fast does it take, or how much time does it take to actually make some vodka? I suppose it's going to depend on your standards, isn't it? Vino. We need a lot of vino. 12 of them running at 200%, or 6 of them at 200%. 6 of them at 200%. Make me my vino. And 1, 2, 3, 4. And I missed with that one. 4. It's coming in that way, and we need 4 tiles, so like that. 5, 6. And we need the good old brandy. That does come out that way, right? Yeah, of course it does. Why would it not? I got plenty of space down here. I think with this shape, it's going to work out fine. Now I could just copy and paste and stamp these down. And if I had a lot of flat area, that's likely exactly what I would be doing. Alright, brandy requires 3 of them running at 200%, right? 3 at 200%. And with that, we'll have everything but the water. And I'll just add in the water. There you go. Brandy, pretty please. See how much faster and easier this is to get operational than the, well, whatever we had before, whatever that was. Yeah, the first time we did the boozing, took so long to get this done, and now it's being done much faster. And I'm not going to have to do lots of clicking between them because auto production will do it for me, or auto destinations. It automatically sends what it needs to the warehouse, and the warehouse will automatically send out, look at that, auto sending sugar to there, auto sending yeast to there, auto sending hops to there. I don't like it. I really don't like it, but we'll have it run that way because those auto warehouse trucks have a third of the capacity of manually designated trucks. It's horrible, but at this point, I don't want to go through all the clicky clicking that we did before over again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Never tell me that you're fool. Honestly, this is overkill. I don't need this much water. But it feels good having lots of water. Wonder if I could actually get away with much less. How much water do we even need here? What is water used for? The yeast? Is it just the yeast? In that case, I only need... are they running 100% or 200%? Whoops, I forgot to set them to 200%. In that case, I would need 4 of these working at 200%. There you go. 200%, and you automatically deliver to that warehouse, and the warehouse will automatically forward it onto these. And you're set for 200%. Copy, paste, paste, paste. And I think that's everything. That's a pretty dense industry. I thought it would need a lot more space than that. Good for sneak. Oh, hang on. Did I miss my hard cider? Of course I missed the cider. How many ciders does the world need? 5 of them. Okay. I can do that. There you go. Let's get rid of this preemptive connection that I made. Hard cider. Copy. 1, 2, 3. Oh, you can fit along here, can't you? 4, 5. A little more road than needed. But who knows, maybe I need to do, I don't know, air cleaning up? If the smog reaches over here, I'm certainly going to need it clean. The question is, can it handle it? So these are all going to start costing me tons of money. What are these trucks doing here? Oh, I think these guys are going to try and fetch what they want from the warehouse. Guess that's not the end of the story. We've got 7 winos, Jake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I need 6, right? That's because this one's meant to be brand... No, that's brandy. Huh. Well, tell you what. Let's get rid of you. Let's make you hards. Let's make you hard cider. You're the hard cider. And you're the brandy. Come on. Copy, paste. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 vinos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did I miscount something again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I only need 5 of these. Man, where did I learn to count? I would want I want a refund on my university education, except it was free. They do it for free in Scotland. Loving this little rail network here. It is cute the way they go around. And hey, here comes our first shipment of bottles. Alright, so these things should be getting operational soon enough. And I hope to see this warehouse start filling up with booze. Well, some of it's already there. I think you put down 1 and then started counting for both of those. Yeah, that sounds like something I would do. Now, what are you waiting on? What's your problem? You desperately want some barrels. But we have barrels here, so go and get them. Outgoing products. Barrels should be here. Yes, they are. Which does make me wonder why you're not just... Oh, they're probably just taking a while to get over there. Probably, he says. You got your barrels, you got your grain. Probably waiting on the yeast, right? Yeah, because yeast needs a bit of time to be ready for you as well. Still, as the warehouse starts to get its booze coming in, it's time to tell that booze to go over to warehouse 8 and for us to start selling it to those scandies. Outgoing, I'm going to maximize the range here and set it to shops only, and then it's automatically going to sell all the produce that I send there, which should hopefully include your liquor store. Where's the liquor store? Activate eyes. That's the clothing store. That's construction goods. That's the liquor store. Definitely in range for the trucks. A little bit of a downside that the trucks have to come out here. Left and then in there and back. Actually, that might work out fine without causing any issues. Still, doesn't change the fact that this warehouse needs to manually tell these goods to go out, but I don't mind doing this manually. Right, telling your end products to move out manually, far easier than dealing all your intermediaries manually. I've gone back and forth on the auto warehousing constantly over this campaign, and I'm finally... Well, I still think that manually is better, but the game isn't tuned for you to do that. So this is how we do it. And then the tier 1 products include hard cider and wine. Quite funny that wine is tier 1 and brandy is tier 3, kind of leaping across there. There we go, send everything there, send it all by train on max capacity. And then, since the production is where we linchpin and everything, it should be fine that just everything gets shipped over. There shouldn't be excess. In fact, there should be undersupply, because I think the liquor store demands more than I'm making for. Oh god, what if they're not? What if the demand for wine is massively different between these two places? Looks pretty similar. 6 wine, 10 and 10, 7 and 5. Oh, I'm overproducing beer then. That's okay, I'm sure it'll take a while for that to back up. These numbers differ. Oh god, the brandy differs big time. Well, you know what? I'll just hope that eventually they end up drinking more brandy. You know, I agree, Nemi Blub. I find this entire experience very cozy. Little bits of it are stressful, but it's more cozy than stressful. I love seeing this all operate. Oh my days. Actually, we'll slow it down to 2 speed. Maybe even F8 mode it here. Get rid of a lot of the UI. And there we go. Look at those buggers go. It's a little too far away. Nice. Although I can't help but notice that the trucks are piling up. And I wonder if that's because it's on auto mode. They're flowing out as fast as they possibly can. But it dissipates, so it's okay. Here we get our lovely healthy smog. I worry about the trucks in this situation though. Look at how backed up they are. Actually, is something not working here? No, it seems to be working fine. It's just backed up to hell on earth. This is the problem with me having them get their goods 1 at a time instead of 3 at a time. It's tripling the amount of trucks in flow. I'm hoping that that's not too big an issue. I'm not seeing the truck sign backing up, but I am looking at this damn near gridlock. Yeah, this might be too dense for them. I'm not sure it'll fix itself later as an... oh, well, maybe. There we go. It's just being your typical industrial yard. And the smog is stopping short of over here, so that's alright as well. Does this warehouse do anything? Uh-oh. You're meant to be selling ceramics and coal and stuff to Russian Empire here proper. But... wait, we also have the boat set up for you. I'd hate to get rid of that. Yeah, I should still have you linked up there, whether you want it or not. I think I'll just come over here and have you slot in. Let's do it from the other end. It'll be more convenient. Doom, doom, doom. Just make sure I don't crush this entirely. It was yellow for one of the things I did earlier, which I assumed was straight up crushing one of my rail networks, but it seemed to be alright. There we go, now you're probably going to dispatch your goods again. Probably going to dispatch your goods again. You are... oh, right, missed a spot. Oh, we can hear the boats coming in. Or maybe that was a train. Whatever it wasn't a truck. There we go, heading out with those. You're told to automatically meet demand out there. What's the brandy problem right now? Lacking wine. It's okay. These things fix themselves. Actually, that might be the problem with this warehouse sending out everything. If it doesn't keep any wine, and instead sends it all out, the brandy won't be able to get it. So you should probably keep 20 loads of wine for yourself, since that's an intermediary itself. Which might have been one of the problems down here in the past. Oh god, now none of this is working. Why is that? What are you lacking? No wheat. No, not no wheat, no sugar. But here's the sugar. And the sugar is backed up. And this warehouse should be giving it sugar to you. Oh man, what broke? What did I break here? Yeah, Nemi Blub, if this had more of, say, a banished look, I think that would win me over. Okay. Are you not still sending your sugar? Or do these guys? I didn't delete loads of sugar down, did I? There we go. The sugar is being told to go to these places. They have the sugar. It's the water that they don't have. This water well sends all of its water to there, and it should run fine, although it's not backed up. It produces the amount that we need. So what's Warehouse 5 doing with that water? There's the water. Should be sending it out. For some reason, it is not. Are you backed up on... No. Oh. That's very strange. Are you sending your water to other places? It's all off. I'm at a loss for why... Are you getting drank by something? No, you're outside of that range. So I don't know why you have any problems here. I'll give you an extra harvester, but I don't think that's going to solve the issue. And then you, for example, are lacking your tatties. What is going on, Warehouse 5? It's almost as if you're just not doing anything at all. In fact, looking here, you aren't really doing anything at all. There we go. Oh, now you're sending out the water. Man, I don't know what goes on with this setup sometimes. Other things are still flowing, but these are not, because they don't get their grapes. And there aren't grapes here. But the grapes are backed up and not being sent to... They should be going to Warehouse 1. And Warehouse 1 is full of grapes. Uh-oh. You are probably doing auto outgoing, which isn't working how it should. So, all off on the auto out. All off on the auto in. And then... Oh! I see. The train itself isn't working because it somehow lost its connection. I don't recall deleting this, but I must have accidentally destroyed something here. Now its connection should be fixed. And there we go. Okay, God knows what happened there. But I must have accidentally broken that, which stopped this actually running. Now it'll all work again. Whew. And this stuff seems okay. Don't know why the yeast is backing up a bit. Maybe because of the traffic issues. Well, actually, I'm not sure it's much of a problem with the traffic right now, but this is probably the limit to what you can do with auto warehousing. It's just awful that I can't use the warehouse to send out trucks by 3 for this without doing it manually. It really limits what I can cram into one of these. Just the morning rush, nothing out of the ordinary. Actually, this does remind me of catching the bad traffic in Aberdeen. Yeah, oh man, especially coming out of the industrial zone. Cars backed up. Oh, there's been an accident on Union Street, and it's backing down King Street, and you're stuck. Sometimes I just drive back to work and ride it out for a few hours. But maybe I'm getting a little too real there. Don't understand your problem, though. You need a lot more wine, and there is a lot of wine being brought out. And I already told this thing to stop shipping off too much wine. Wait, no I didn't. Max sent, min kept. It shouldn't be sending any to warehouse 8 unless it has excess here. That means you should be going and getting that wine. Warehouse 24. So what's the holdup? I am missing something here. Why are you not getting that wine? Just create a mod for it. It's really easy, you see. A mod? A mod for what? Not sure what you're getting at there. This is kind of strange. Why is the wine not going to here anymore? The wine should be heading out to there. You have plenty of wine, but it's not being sent at all. Unless this is somehow so thick with the goods that it's not happening. I don't get it. Why do the distilleries not get their wine? Missing input. You're auto on input. You should be getting... Well, that's auto sending it, but warehouse 4 should be on outgoing products. There's the wine automatically, but it's not doing it. Why? Was it a problem that I did something here? Are you backed up? No, you're not backed up at all. For some reason, though, you have grapes. Oh, that's because I switched what you do, wasn't it? So let's just dump that. What is going on? What is going on? I'm low on ideas. If anyone in chat can think why the wine isn't going to the brandy distillery, I'm all for it. Where do you make brandy? Distillery? Distilled brandy? Or do you brew brandy? Brew feels more correct here. I wonder if it is a traffic problem. Oh, we're going to need a lot of money for that prototype. I'm giving the booze to the Scandinavians and the books to the Iberians before I get going on that. But there are some mysteries of this game that I still need to figure out, it seems. Destination storage is full. Well, that's hardly an issue. If anything, it's good to know that I've got way too much yeast going there. Storage full, hubs disabled. Now, never warn me about hubs being disabled. It's not a problem. Not enough water. Now, that's a problem. go. Never, ever alert me about water. Because it's not important. Being backed up on water is good. Well, maybe not good, but it's certainly not a bad thing. Yeah, being backed up on coal, now that's fine as well. But again, you automatically reduce your upkeep when you're full. And I was anticipating you being full, so that's okay as well. These guys are almost out of coal. And that means it's time to start moving that coal over. Hopefully by Zeppelin is enough. Just add more heavy industry to England. It's good for them. Just look how healthy England's looking. Now I want you to be sending excess coal over to here. Buy Zeppelin. Give him like 50. Keep about 20 for yourself. Right, it's time for Russia. Russia's gonna get huge. Maybe Russia want the hard liquor as well. Heavens knows I make plenty of it. I'll sure take it. Take my money. And France. It's time for France to get huge as well. God, everyone wants the liquor. Cooked veggies, waffles, da-da-da. You know what, I'll have that just for having something a bit different. But good sign that I'm doing well. These places are evolving. Get rid of all those alerts. They don't need to be there. This I don't understand, though. I just do not understand. And look at this. This place is... maybe it is at max capacity. Maybe the warehouse is sending out so many of these things that it can't actually get around to dealing with the needs of the brandy ones. So that tells me that maybe if I turn off the rest of these, it'll make brandy work. I'm going to give that a go, because there is a chance that that's where the problem lies. Maybe it goes in some kind of weird, perverse order. And if that's the case, that's telling me that I need to make my stuff smaller. This is already about half of what I could shove into here. Even less, I could expand the industry out here. But the fact that a warehouse is so limited on how limited on its throughput is beginning to worry me. I might have to design a multi-warehouse setup. Maybe something with 4 warehouses on the middle with sprawling industry on the outside, just so that I can keep up with the output. But look at the sheer amount of traffic here, just because it's... I'm not happy with that. I'm really not happy with the fact that if you want it automatic, you have to accept not just a small efficiency loss, but a 66% efficiency loss on traffic. Because trucks can pile 3 goods to a truck. But it's only using 1 per truck here if you use auto warehousing. Right, if I turn those off, are we going to end up with Brandy Town? I'll let things clear up. Well, the warehouse is free to dispatch things and it's still not going here. Why? How do water wells work? Just suck from the ground? Exactly. You don't need water nearby the well. And there's no good reason to use water harvesters from a coast if you have access to water from a well. Water wells don't care if the area is polluted, it doesn't care where you are or elevation, and it's smaller. This is so much smaller than setting up this, because you need roads leading to each of these areas, and these have to be put along the coast. You might need to terraform to do it efficiently. Nah, water wells are the way forward. The offset is that water wells are about twice as expensive. Boo-hoo, just pay the extra. I don't get it. Why are these not taking The goods. Why are they not taking the goods? This warehouse has tons of wine. Loads of it. 30 units of wine. It would be delighted to send the wine over to these brandy places. And yet it does not. Why? Is there somehow a break in the road? That would be the best reason I could think of. But traffic already flows through this, so that wouldn't make any sense. Comes out here and then straight along here. And around it goes. If traffic was the issue, it would tell you, says Baskinger. Yeah, and it's not. Look, there is no traffic. There must be something stopping it wanting to deliver wine to these, and it's already delivered a bit of wine to it. Idea. Maybe just something is borked, and we delete them and rebuild them. Maybe it was something because I copy and pasted. Maybe it really didn't like that. I would hate for that to be the issue, then I'd have to be mindful of copy-pasting in the future. Let's try this first and foremost. Let's assume it's just, you know, something went wrong somewhere, somehow. Don't sweat it, just turn it off and on again. Will it work? Well, it's certainly not going to do anything if they're not turned on. Because I copied a turned off thing. Alright. You've got the bottles. Are you going to get some wine? I will hypothesize that they will not collect goods that are set for export from a warehouse. Because that's the only thing that makes wine different from all the other stuff. Wine is set to export. Maybe that's an issue with my thing here. What type of dispatch has preference? If I set auto to have dispatch... man, I don't know what the... Manual auto logistic? Auto manual logistic? Maybe then it will take the auto stuffs. Oh, I just saw some trucks pop out. Hey, there we go. That was the issue all along. If you have a manual order, it will not do it over an auto one. Now I'm a little worried that it's not going to ship out the wine at all. But, let's see what happens. Ooh. Boy, this game is making me work for every inch, I tell you. These feel like lessons that once you learn, the game gets a lot less painful, but getting over some of these hurdles is oof. Oh god, what if by setting that I've ruined some other setup that was only running because manual was over auto? I guess we'll find out soon enough if something breaks. Can you set the warehouse to keep a certain amount of wine in stock before exporting it? Yes, and it's already set to do that. That is minimum kept. Minimum kept is at 20, meaning it will not ship any wine over here unless it can be assured that it'll keep 20 in stock. Alright, let's see what breaks now. Maybe the traffic, given the huge amount of flow that's suddenly going to be coming in here. But at least the brandy is flowing, and the traffic is flowing, albeit mightily. Womp, womp, womp. And the smog is stopping short of my yards over there, so that's good. Okay, this seems to be working now. We've kind of figured out auto warehousing. But I need to be sure that you're actually sending that wine away. See when this wine goes up above, well, let me think, it should go up to 32 and then we export some. Did it just go out there? Is that a wine shipment? No, that's a brandy shipment. I need to see some wine shipping out or else I cannot be assured of success here. Ah, but there's an easy way to do that. If I just say, sure, send out wine but keep 10, it should dispatch a trainload of wine. There we go. It works. It works. We figured it out. What I mean is, if you add factories as a manual destination, you can tell it to keep 0 in stock. That way the factory gets priority over export. Yes, but the whole point of this is that I want to stop doing this, where I go, okay, take the wine and send the wine to here, and then here, and then here, and then da-da-da-da-da, because it takes so long. It took forever and a day to do it over here. And yes, it's a more efficient setup here, because the trucks that go out from my warehouse are loaded with 3 goods instead of 1. It's the truck, takes the same amount of size, but these trucks can only hold 1. These warehouse trucks hold 3. I really struggle to understand what the thought is behind that for the game, but it's also not really my my business now, is it? Yeah, that's the struggle there. Micro helps you here, but I don't know who would have time for setting up the micro for not just a business like this, which is hefty enough as it is, but everything else. Some of these guys just don't work because the sugar doesn't come out in time. Although maybe they don't demand enough. Yeah, maybe that's the thing. They work so fast that I actually need them to be on infinite cycle demand. I wonder, can I put you on infinite demand, that is, and then can I copy and paste that infinite demand? No, damn. Because you make goods so fast and you have such a long distance to go that, well, we'll see how it works out for you. Oh well, my thing is backfiring there. They're demanding so much sugar that they're going to clog the roads with their sugary needs. And that's going to back this warehouse up. Nobody. Oh yeah, all these sugar places heading in to go and get their sugar. So I shouldn't set it to infinite, I should just set it to 3. And hopefully that'll be enough. Looks like I still have some lessons to learn on how to do this more efficiently. Just when you think you have a good setup, you go and gridlock it like that. What exactly was the problem with Auto Warehouse? This setting right here, if manual is above auto, it won't do auto at all if there is a manual setup. So because we were manually sending the wine from this warehouse to this warehouse, it would not automatically get wine from this warehouse to these wine desirers. I think this traffic issue could be solved if my industry wasn't so lopsided over here. Because if they were heading out and heading to this way, it would come out, go along here, do industry, and come back in from the to this way. So I actually think I would benefit from taking... the yeast is a heavy one, so let's take our yeast places and move them over here. This will cause smog, so I'll have to deal with that. And maybe more than that, we'll also do the whiskey over here. And then just tear these down. So what if I lose some products for it? The automatic stuff should carry over here, so I shouldn't have to deal with anything extra. Oh, it did remember the 3 cycles in that when I copy and paste it. That's the thing, if you copy and paste a whole building, It remembers more than if you just copy and paste some settings. Oh well, what can you do? This is definitely going to bring the smog over here though. So I need to clean that out a bit. And that's easily done. I just smack down a single air purifier. Oh, it fits on this side. That's even better. Single air purifier with a single source, which will be just a simple water well, because why would you do anything other than a water well? And your demand for this, well actually, you know what, I can set you to 200%. You'll do a lot of cleaning, and your only job is to, let's just say manually, send that stuff over to the water purifier. I wonder if this will deal with my traffic issues, because it was all piling up over there. There we go, it's got its water, and it's going to save my fields. There we go, saving Russia from itself, and hopefully dealing with the traffic. Yeah, because, okay, so I see the problem. Don't make one of these too heavy. Spread it out more. That actually might be a big part in why this one did finer with the traffic, because the goods were... They were spread out quite evenly until I removed the center and outsourced my wood production. Right, we are learning! Just when I thought I'd learned everything I need to go full steam ahead, I continue to learn more. That feels good in this game. And now, just look how much cleaner that traffic flows, despite having to deal with 3 times as much because of using auto. And I will continue to hold this against it, those bloody auto settings. And this could be a lot denser. If I pulled a lot of this back here, reined this in, pulled this back, or turned it in, yeah, it could be a lot nicer. I find it rather annoying that traffic is an issue. Given the level of abstraction already at play here, individual trucks shouldn't struggle to move along those roads like they are. I don't know, this reminds me a lot of how things work industrially in the real life, but maybe that's the whole point. You're not talking about real life, you're talking about the abstraction that this game has. I don't share your concerns, but I can see why you'd have them. There is indeed an option to turn traffic off. I wasn't interested in that though. I already have the complex ratios off, which would probably be stuff like brandy takes 50 days and wine takes 20 days. Right now everything is divisible by 15. Okay. Good. We've solved it. I've said this several times in this stream alone, I think, but we have solved it. We've been able to get auto warehousing done and dusted. Oh, well, maybe I should look over here and make sure this is working as well. That looks working to me. The only problem here is that we're backed up on yeast, and that is not a problem. The Zeppelins remained a problem. I cannot export high amounts of goods out of Zeppelins. I can do it by train, I can do it by boat, but not Zeppelin. So I think the whole point of Zeppelin is if you desperately need good from one place to another in small quantities, directly without traffic. But that makes me really sad. I'd love to just have loads of Zeppelins flying around here. But you just can't shove them out quickly enough. I'll need to do a test run. I could set up a... what I do to test things is I make a water well in the warehouse on one side, a water well in the warehouse on the other side, and I just have them send water back and forth. And then as soon as there's enough water in the system, delete the wells. And I just watch them move water about and see how it works. That's how I fell in love with boats. I saw that boats have great capacity, don't contribute to traffic at all. There's smog here. Oh no, I think that was the AI's smog. I thought the boats were maybe causing that. So they don't contribute to traffic, they move regular speed, and they have great capacity. 15, that's more than a train. Yep, I love the boats. The trouble, I suppose, would be if you had everything super inland. That's where boats fall short. Getting my boats to send, say, coal over here, that's a problem. But this is something that Zeppelins would be alright for. They ignore that, they have capacity enough, it's just too infrequent. Muckle too infrequent. Alright, glorious. I'm happy with that, and I'm happy with the money coming in. I'm not so happy with the fact that I've cleared up all this smog. I wanted this area to be horrible industrial chokehold, but that's okay. Oh, and the Commonwealthy are willing to become a more than just a village. They want to be a town. They can be a town that takes, well, it doesn't really matter at this point. You can take some grocery store stuff. I'll just pay you through. And there we go. Okay, the last thing I want to do before we get going on the tinners is get books set up. I have never done a production line for books before. Good to see that Iberia is still bloated, and I'm surprised they are. I don't send them that much. I guess they just really love their booze. Which I am sending them plenty of. Right, yeah, there we go. God, I love that money coming in. Why don't we take a look at some of the money we've been making? Because it'll make me feel better. Let's look at all months. Let's look at total sales. Total sales isn't going to be useful for me because that just tells me all the money I've made in all time, I think. Does it? Maybe not. Supplied, never mind. Stored, never mind. Produced, who cares? Demand and consumed isn't a concern. Here we go. Wait, this seems to go back to... Wait, what? What's with the straight line here? That doesn't make any sense. Does it just not store the information? That means I can only go back 24 months. Maybe when you load a save it forgets all of this. There is an issue with this game in loading saves which kills achievements. It might also kill your budget. That's a bit disheartening. I would have loved to see how my everything has grown since we started. Still, at least we can see what it's grown from and to. We just don't know when it started out. Still, these places make me plenty of money. I kind of don't do much with the Russian Empire, but Scandinavia, Iberia, France, and the Balkans, that's where I'm shifting all of my money to. I'd love to have more details about what is making me the big money. Dissident Tropican is saying that the yeast factory in the corner gets priority because the traffic and causes the traffic jam because it goes straight ahead with the trucks. Put it on an angle. Avoid the gridlock. Ah, hadn't considered that. But it's also not a problem because I have distributed the traffic considerably. Oh well, I guess that was the yeast factory that was the problem that has moved now. But would that also mean that this factory is causing issues? I'm not sure it does. Things pass by it easily enough. No, I don't think it's a problem. There we go. Right. What is the problem here? Why are you guys not operating now? Don't tell me I have some auto stuff going on with you that's screwing with everything. You've got your berries. I think you're lacking the water though, aren't you? You've lacked water for some time. Did I turn you off? No, you just have no destination. That's strange. I thought I would have given you all these guys as a destination. You're going to the air purifier. These guys seem to get their stuff though, so I don't know what exactly their problem is. And you're meant to be going to all these textile factories. Ah, you're just not producing enough, and that's easy enough to jack up. But they only need one every 15 days. I would have thought you're doing fine on that. You're not having your water taken elsewhere, are you? Ah. Maybe you take priority on feeding the irrigation tower for some reason. But, and I don't think I can turn you off on that regard either, can I? No, I can't, but I can just shove out more water, which shouldn't be an issue. Oversaturate that and get it down here. But do not give me the alerts, please. A Monday and a Tuesday stream. Jake's been overwhelmed with the Christmas spirit. Well, I need to get my tinners out in time for Christmas, don't I? I love the fact that the way this works, they can cross over without having to interrupt each other. They slot in like that and it slows down for the trains, but that's okay. I'm sure some people have played this game and wished that it had complex signaling, but I'm kind of glad that the trains are so easy to manage here because I'm pretty bad at trains. I've streamed OpenTTD before, and you've seen me struggle with Factorio trains and Railway Empire trains. I just don't have the head for trains, clearly. Are you out of gas yet? I need a setting that shows the amount. Okay, there we go. I'm not convinced that this thing is going to pool any money with that kind of upkeep and that slow amount of gas coming out. And the only thing you ever did with the gas, I believe, was just send it on to the hardware store. So it's goodbye. I'm going to miss the Crimean smog. I think we're all going to miss the Crimean smog. But with this, we'll let the Crimeans go back to disgusting healthy lifestyle. That smog will dissipate, but not the water smog. That is there for keeps. But don't worry, maybe if we produce enough smog in Anatolia, it can go over and give them back the lifestyle that they are so accustomed to. Right, what are we doing here? Why are we in Anatolia? The whole point is that Iberia learnt that they suddenly can read now, and they want some books. They actually probably cannot read, they just want to have these shown in their classy homes or something to make others think that they're cultured. But now we get to do the fun part of pausing the game. And actually, why pause it? Things are working fine. I should just leave the game running and making me money. I'm going to need about $1.5 billion to set up my tinner industry anyway, so why not keep it running? I've got my notepad out. I'm even writing at the top of the page. I do know how to write. Books. Well, you know what? Let's put bookstore so I don't get confused and angry at the idea of me writing down books here. I need a lot of stuff for this, a whole lot of stuff. Fortunately, though, I shouldn't need to grow much, although I will need stuff for ink, which includes coal, which might mean I need to import the coal, but that's fine. I haven't done any importing in a long time. I'm not sure I've done any importing on this scenario, so it might be fun to actually do that for a change. I might also turn Crimea into just a place where trains come through, because this here is a state connection where I can do imports from. If I get the imports into a warehouse here and then shove them down by train over to here, that might help me out. I could also consider if I need a lot of wood, because wood you don't want done in smoglands, I could do the wood elsewhere. Oh well, you know, as Romania repairs itself, maybe that's somewhere I could get my wood from. The Balkans, I think, are a little starved on wood. Yeah, they are. So any excess can go there. Excellent idea. I like it. Let's have that connected here. Let's get rid of this troublesome road, which will make those trucks go invisible. And in preparation for this, let's plant loads of saplings. And let's flatten this land as well. Now, I'm not entirely sure if we're entirely in Romania or if we're spilling into Bulgaria, but potato, potato. I wonder what happens to dead trees. Do they disappear or do they come back to life? Let's look over in England. We've had a smog here for a very long time and the trees remain. Well, who knows? Maybe they'll get better. Well, maybe not, because we've had this smog for a long time. Oh, but then I'd destroy all my saplings. But maybe dead trees can be harvested as well. All these questions, I don't have answers to them. And I've gotten myself distracted away from the books again. Just my mind is not in tune with such dense amounts of words. So, if I want my printed paper, I'm going to need... oh god, lots of paper. Right. It's good to think about the intermediaries that I need and the factories that I need. So I'll put factory on the left. Oh no, I'll put final over on the left. That makes most sense. I'll put intermediary in the middle and I'll put raw on the far right. So to supply the just general paper that they need... ah, but paper's used in damn near everything. I'll call paper an intermediary, why not? And this is produced every 30 days. And if it works at 200%, I can make 2 every 15 days. I'll make a note here that I'm judging at 200%. So for paper... Oh wait, there's a difference between paper roll and paper, right? I'll have to keep that in mind. In any case, paper, 2 every 15 days. So I will need 3 plus whatever. And that's going to need paper roll. There are calculators for this, but I've not yet gotten to that state. They're going to need the same amount. I'll need, well, how is that produced actually? 15 days we make 2. So at 200% I could actually make 4. So I actually only need 1.5 of those then. 1.5. And we also need ink. There's probably going to be a lot of demand for ink here. This guy is going to demand, let's see, 1 ink for 2. Hang on, I didn't do this right. It's 3 I'm going to need of the paper roll. I'm not. Maybe I shouldn't do 200%. That stuff should come later. Then I can just look at my numbers and half them. All right, forget it. Calculate for 100%. That does mean I'm going to need 6 papers here and 6 paper rolls to fulfill demand from this. And when it comes to ink, one factory is going to make 2 every 30 days. So I need half as many, so I only need 3 of those coming in. Ink, 3. I worry if I'm not getting my ratios right here. If I had 6 paper mills set up, I'd make 6 bits of printed paper for this. Okay, fair enough, then that works. But that does mean raw-wise, if I have 3 ink places operational. If I had 3 ink places operational, I'd make 6 of those every 30 days. And that would be enough to keep 6 of these running, so that does make sense. Now to keep 3 ink places running, I'm going to need 3 times coal. 3 plus whatever I need elsewhere. And water. Don't bother me now, game. I'm doing my thinking here. Commonwealth can ignore its needs for heavy pulp. I need twice as much water, so that's going to be 2 again, plus whatever. Okay, so that's what we get for getting ourselves the printed paper. Now for the newspapers. Well, the newspapers need that printed paper, which is different from paper. Oh no, printed paper is paper. Uh-oh. I'll have to put that in here then. Printed paper. Well, at least for newspapers, I want 2 to satisfy 5. And that's every 45 days. Yeah. Okay. That means you produce 2/3 of a paper every 15 days. Two-thirds in 15 days. And if I want 5 in 15 days, then I'm going to need 1, 2, 3 will get me 2, 4, 5, 6 of them. Six of them will give me 12/3, which is 4. But 7 of them would get me 14/3, which is not quite 5. That's probably the best way to do it though. I'll do 6 of them and lightly undersupply it. Unless newspapers are used for something else. The order of these keep changing. That is weird. It's also worth considering that the demand for the papers will likely go up as the place grows. So maybe I should actually consider making for 6 of them. Which means I would need 8 of them. So I need 8 places producing newspapers. Boy, that seems like a lot. Let me run the numbers again. With 8 of them, I'll do 16 every 45 days. Divided by 3, that's a little over 5 every 15 days. Alright, fair enough. 8 newspaper places will necessitate the need of a lot of paper. Oh my goodness, these numbers are starting to get complicated for me. That means their need for paper is going to be 8 times that, so 16 every 45 days. Excel type? You can run them at 150% to get the whole numbers. Nah, that's okay. I'll run 4 at 200% if I can. Yeah, and I need to set up a calculator for this. Well, at least for the next big game. This stuff is alright to do manually, but when I have to get every city's everything, I'm going to want some way to puzzle it out. So, where's my mind at here? I need the paper to feed these 8 newspaper places. Well, printed paper, which itself requires more paper rolls. You do 2 every 30 days. Oh, man, I regret this already. Why don't I just overproduce and send the excess elsewhere? Probably because nobody else wants it. Actually, do we have a bookstore elsewhere? Then I could just do really... then I could just overproduce and send stuff. New loans? I don't do loans. I give the loans by now. Scandinavia? Oh, I could have told somewhere to get a bookstore and didn't, I think. Oh, no, France. The French want to read. Okay. Okay. Why don't we just massively overproduce and call it a day? Yeah, that sounds good. And I could always just slam down more. Okay. Yeah, I like it. Overproduction is how we'll do it. All this thinking is too much for me. But I still need a list of what I need to produce. So it's going to be printed papers, paper rolls, ink. What else is needed? Cardboard. Cardboard. Good old brute force and ignorance to the rescue. Yes, for this. Next, when I do a perfect setup, I'll use calculators. So I need cardboard, which incidentally also needs pulp. Oh, I wrote that like a dog's ear. I also need pulp. I believe I also need thin cardboard. Oh yeah, pulp necessitates wood, but go figure I'm going to need a lot of wood. Fortunately, time is progressing in the game, and during that time, the trees in Romania should be fixing themselves. It might actually be a good idea to set those up whilst I'm still calculating this, because they're going to need time to get themselves sussed out. And fortunately, we've learned that we can just do a straight road. I could do a straight road with them on both sides, actually. 2 straight roads, even. Yeah, go on, be daring. This is going to be my woody home. And we'll just have our gatherers here. Lumber yarding. 1, 2... Wait, what? Why don't you like being there? Must be placed close to wood. Look, there's going to be wood. Don't be such a busybody. I forget who plants the trees, but... okay. Well, never mind. I'll just have these set up ahead of time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thunk. And you are again going to be demanding stuff, aren't you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'll do much and such the same with you over here. And I can just have you be completely opposite them, right? course I can. Yeah, it'll take these guys a while to get it all sussed out, but they will get it sussed out. And I'm even so generous that I will flatten the land a bit more for them, just so they have more places to put their trees. This is my my apology letter to Romania and maybe partly Bulgaria. Here, you don't need to breathe the horrible smog anymore. It's this place that I'm going to be smogging. And of course they'll want to send their wood over to some warehouse here, but I'll let them see if they can plant the trees first. I don't know if the lumberyard plants the trees or if the harvester does. Does it tell you? No, it doesn't, but I'm sure they'll be fine. They'll get to work eventually. Now, lest I get too distracted here, what else do we need books-wise? Printed paper, books, newspapers. I looked at punch cards, that needed the pulpy stuff. And light cardboard, or thin cardboard. Thin cardboard. The one thing I should suss out is the end amount of material, end amount of factories that I need properly. So thin cardboard, for example, does 2 every 45 days, and they need 4 every 15 days. So I would need 2 times 3, which is 6 of them. 6 of those factories working at 100%. That's 3 working at 150, which is rather nice. Wait, does that work out? I don't think that works out. You make 2 in 45 days. 2 of you will make 4 in 45 days. Times 3 to... Really? Yeah, I guess 3 of them will make 2 every 15 days, so 6 will do that. Alright, it just seemed off in my head. Punch cards. My pen's running out here. Testament to the amount of writing I do. Same story. And I think I'll do overproduction on this one, so 6 of those will be fine. Actually, no, given the way it works, I could cut it down by 1/4, but there's no quarters in 6, so too bad. Deluxe books, not a high demand for those. So deluxe books will need 2 every 30 days. They want 2 every 15, so actually just 2 of those. That's 1 at 150%. Newspapers. We already calculated that to be 8. Printed paper, God knows, lots of things want printed paper. I mean, I need 6 to fulfill demand. I'm probably going to need... Screw it. Printed paper, lots. Paper, lots. And that should satisfy that. Did I calculate everything? I think I missed regular books. 30, 2 days. 2 of them will be doing 2 every 15 days. 2 times 3, maybe 4. 8 of them. 8 book places will do. Books times 8. Good enough. There's my brute force solution. 8, 8, lots. 6, 6, 2, lots and lots. Now, how do we set this one up? Given how much this one struggled just to do that, I think I'm going to have to segregate production quite a bit. So I'll set up 2 different big factory areas here. How are they going to get their goods over to Iberia? I'd love to do it by boat. Which means I'm going to need a way for it to get over here. In fact, maybe I could just train them down to here and then train them onto the boats. That seems a bit back and forthy though. Why train when you could not train? Let us flatten this a little more as we consider our options. It's quite expensive to do a lot of flattening, but I don't like how hideous it is right now. Oops. Could do input warehouses and output warehouses. It's a consideration. So if I were to put down my all-entry warehouse, I think that's a little too far away for the little too far away from my boats. But I can bring the water to me and put it as close as that. So that's alright. When in doubt, bring the water closer to you. Alternatively, flatten this out, which will push that over there a bit. Push that over there a bit. And then we can have all-entry warehouse over here. I don't think anybody's going to be using the route down there because I'm only going to have 3 prongs coming out of this. But I'd like to have the option to have another prong coming out of here. So what if I do it like that? Can I get my boat? You better believe I'm getting my boat. Nice. Very nice. So this can smogton all we want. I'm almost definitely going to need my railway network as well, so that I can get the goods sent in here. But again, I can do that. Okay, so this will be where one of the batches of things are made. I don't know exactly what yet, but I'll probably want a similar setup over here. We're designing as we go here. If you're watching this on YouTube, I strongly suspect you're going to have a much better time if you just kind of, you know, skip to the end. That means I can kind of recklessly flatten this out to have more space for my industries. Can't wait till I'm doing the Christmas tinner and I can start calling them tindustries. It's the little things in life that you live for. Skip to the what? There will be an end to this someday. Okay, this will deal with some of the industry, but I really think it's going to be too much on its own. I think I need a designated area over here for doing just paper. Or maybe not even here, since the paper will be shipped out. Yeah, this can do the newspapers, the thin cardboard and punch cards and deluxe books and all of that. But when it comes to just making the paper, that itself needs something very designated. It's going to be so designated it'll be an Indian sweatshop here. I think that can be done closer to over here. Ah, you know what we're missing? The Bosphorus Strait. I'm sure that's been bugging some people with its lack of existing. So let's add it. There we go. Oh yeah, can't wait for the ships to sail through that. Is skipping in videos not bad for your YouTube ranking? I don't care about such things, so who knows? I think I'd still like to get my stuff well, maybe it's better to train the stuff over here than send it by boat, much as I love the boats. Still, this is going to set up the end results. This is going to be the paper. Paper itself needs what again? Well, I know I need lots of paper, but... printed paper. Another thought is that maybe the paper place could also deal with the cardboard. The cardboard is needed for punch cards and thin cardboard, so it'll essentially be the intermediary production facility. And again, I can just do lots of that. Any excess, well, excess cardboard will pile up, but excess thin cardboard, I suppose, will also pile up. But I could still make that cardboard here. Yeah, this should just be for finished products. So intermediaries include cardboard, ink, Cardboard, ink, and paper. Paper roll, not to be confused with printed paper. But printed paper is used in books. Oh god, no, there's two different kinds of intermediary paper, isn't there? Printed paper and paper roll. Paper roll is that and is used in printed paper. Wait, am I overthinking this? Printed paper roll into printed paper, and then printed paper for that, printed paper for that, printed paper for that. Okay, no need to worry there. Paper rolls are just going to be folded into the printed paper setup here. God, I'm going to be saying paper so much it's going to lose all meaning. Right. That being as it is, I still think I'd benefit from having access to a coast here, but no, if stuff is... where am I going to mulch? There's a lot of paper... Well, there's some paper mulching to be done. I suppose that could still be done in paper zone. Printed paper is like wine and brandy. It's both an end product and an intermediate product, yeah, which could cause me some issues, couldn't it? Oh, one thing I certainly want to do is keep my warehouse outside of the range of this warehouse. But at the same time, I want it more over here-ish, don't I? I just don't want to cut off too much of what it can have access to. Well, I can change its range anyway, so it's not a killer. I think I'll just have to make do with the fact that I won't be boating stuff over here. It's got to be done by train. So if I have you here-ish, that should be plenty of room actually, without infringing on that thing's room. The trouble might be that these guys have a little bit of overlap around here, so industry over there is going to be in the danger zone. Let's get that terminal set up for you. Which direction's the terminal going to be facing? The stuff can come in and out this way, so as long as it's looking up, it should be fine. It's all the wood, mulching and stuff is going to be done here. All intermediaries should be made here and brought over here for finalization. That is fine. Intermediaries will include water from here. I think I'll actually ship in the water, because producing water here is going to add to the traffic like nobody's business. So that'll be fine. And again, I can have it shipped over from Romania, that's fine. So the water comes in, the wood comes in. What else is going to be needed for all my papering? Since this is largely where paper is going to be made, it should be fine if I put one down already, just so that I know what I'm dealing with. So factory, where's paper at? Home goods? Glassworks and smelter? I would hope not. Textiles? Perhaps the paper mill. I don't want to get too crazy here, but it might be the paper mill. The news, that's paper roll, which I certainly need. So I need, well, ink. Ink I would probably bring in the ingredients for, and I gotta remember that I need coal brought in externally, since we can't keep pumping that out of the ground anymore. Okay, well, as long as I have this set up to bring in the wood, it's going to be okay. Trouble is, it might take a little bit of time before these guys are able to give me the wood. Maybe you're meant to delete all these dying trees and plant new ones. I thought maybe they'd be able to cut these dying trees, but no. You know what, maybe just clear out the lot of them here. That way I leave some of the ones that I planted earlier so that they can keep going and growing. For the rest of this, it's Sapling City. Can't cut saplings, and I don't know how long they take to grow. But they'll grow eventually. And we'll be okay. wonder if there's something to be said for making a loop for the way the trucks come in and out of the factories here. The woodcutters, I mean. I haven't thought too much about optimal woodcutter placement, but I will have to think about an optimal setup for later on when we're going to need truly industrial amounts of wood. This game looks fun. How close is it to OpenTTD? OpenTTD is a different beast. In OpenTTD, just think about moving one thing to another, and you think a lot more about signal setups. In this one, you think a lot more about the industry. Logistics is a concern, because it always is in these kinds of games, but I would say far less so. Yeah, this one's more in the industry. Right. Wonder if I could, would, or should set up the kind of... well, let me think about this. How do these warehouses stack up? They probably stack up a bit better if the... No, you know what? I'm going to try to have this come in through one single warehouse. Just one warehouse that chucks out wood. All entry warehouse. Where's the train station coming off it here? Really off in that direction. So if you are coming into here, I wonder how this is going to work actually. Because I can have you all come into this. Bada bing, bada boom. Up they go and in they go, and they're going to take... they're actually probably going to share the same way into here, aren't they? So actually, this won't work very well. They're not going to play nice on the one way. It would probably be better if they fed into this in different areas. Yeah, and that's the whole point of having this. So... you can feed into there, and you can feed into here, and then when they're on their way out, there's your way out, and there's your way out. So you come up and you'll come out that way, and that should actually loop round very nicely for this warehouse. And if it doesn't, well, sucks to be me, I guess. Range, that's kind of good. Kind of good, but also kind of not good. It infringes on too many other places. So this is somewhere that I'm actually going to have these guys do it manually. But this isn't a big deal, because it's just one good from one place going to one location. Not much fancy crap going on there. When doing it for a dense industrial setup, well, it's a different story altogether. I should remember well, though, that this warehouse is probably going to want to supply wood to the Balkans, and maybe even the Commonwealth. I don't know if the Commonwealth get much wood. I don't think they get any wood. Still, if there's excess, there are options to ship it out. But you will be doing your shipping largely by train, and I did not give myself enough room for that. Actually, where's the problem here? Probably the edge of the water there counts as a blocked tile. Well, lucky you, Romania. You grow larger today. Lovely. Just loop you in there, not that it matters much at all. Well, it doesn't matter at all if nothing goes to there by road. I don't even know why it asks you to do that. And now, well, I might have to make the land a little bit more land, just so you can weasel your way out of there. And then we'll have the wood get over there, or out to anywhere else that it is so desired. Still, the option's there. Groovy. with that set up, and I should unpause the game so it actually starts planting stuff. Or waiting for these things to grow. Okay, whilst that is being done, I'll turn you off so you're not costing me money, and then I begin yet more thinking. Because I'm also going to want water coming in here. Say goodbye to your precious lakes here. Is it a lake? Is it a river? Who knows? But I do know that we're going to be gathering water for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this warehouse's short range is still close enough for you to automatically have that water be delivered there. Excellent. Deliver as much as you can. I'm not convinced that'll be enough. So when in doubt, just overproduce. Do you automatically deliver? You do as well. Well, this is a very happy situation. One-way road coming in and heading out and round. So this warehouse gets water and wood. Truth be told, it could actually process the pulp needed here, but I think water and wood are needed for more than just pulp, so it will be shipped over here. Besides, this is where we're smogging, not... We voted not to smog Greece, so we're not smogging Greece here. In fact, I wonder if I feel generous enough to get rid of all the pollution that I've put in here. I don't know the range on this water scrubber, but I have never used one, so let's try it out. That's actually going to be a pain for you to deliver to, but actually, why even do that? Why not just give you your own designated one? I can always just delete this later. I'll get most of my money back anyway. You there. You manually deliver your water to the water... Oh, it doesn't use that. It uses sand. Right, well fortunately we can grab awful polluted sand and do that too. Scrubbing water with polluted sand. What's the world coming to? I just want to see this in action because I've never used one before. Haven't cared to stop it. Why contain it, I'd say. You're only needing one bit of sand every 15 days anyway, so... Even working 200%, those two will be enough for you. Cool. I'm keen to see just how much this thing scrubs. Also, I'm keen to see if it scrubs differently on 100 versus 200, so we'll go with that. Also, never tell me if you are backed up with water, because I don't need to know. Right. That's the easiest part of its setup. Next up, I'm going to need that coal. So I'm going to set up a cheeky little, and it will be little, warehouse right here. Let's see, you come in that way and go out that way. How snug can I get you with the border? Pretty smug. Oh, I could have been... No, I don't think I can go right against the wall, but I can try. Yeah, no, that very edge counts as a blocked tile. Could do it there, though. How's it going to come in? Left, 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 left. Actually, that should work out fine. So, state imports. We haven't done that at all in this, I believe. We're going to fix that right now. I will... What is that? There. I will go to the state and I will say, State, I desperately need coal. I need you to deliver it to warehouse 35 from the point here, and I need you to make sure that I am topped up with at least 40 loads of coal. Thank you, and much love. You can only demand from the state 9 things, and it could be 9 shipments of coal. However, there's a limit to how much it can dispatch from a single point here, and it's roughly 90 goods a month, I think. So if you want to maximize what you get out of the state, you want to do 9 things at 9 different points. But there's often not 9 different points, so... Oh my. Scandinavia understands the need for a fully cooked dinner at home. They've got their own showroom and their own demand for a Christmas dinner. Yeah, the Russians love their coal, and there'll be plenty of it they'll be shipping out here. But it goes into this warehouse, and from that warehouse we are going to... I could Zeppelin it, but why? Why would I do that when I have a good, healthy train set up here? I need to connect you up, even if I don't want to. And then it's time to get you over here. I'm probably never going to use this oil and or gas. So we'll just sew ourselves through it for now. Actually, it's probably better to go from the other angle, isn't it? You there. Let's flatten this down a bit and give ourselves options, because I like options. We're going to give ourselves a narrow T section. And that'll allow it to come in from all angles. Donk. Ups the daisy. Oh, come on, I want this being just a little bit more perfect. Wouldn't be caught dead doing this kind of terraforming early on in the game because it's so expensive, but now I can afford to be that kind of fussy. And that's okay. That's okay by me. Just moving it over here to maximize the amount of space that my factories are going to have. Flatten that out so that these guys can come along. And maybe I should just hug the wall as much as possible. I can put track... Wow, I could put track right up against the edge. That works best for me then. Push it to the limit. It will need a straight edge here. And over we go. Russians wishing they had this level of ingenuity when it comes to building bridges. And there's no natural resources in my way. That's not what I asked you to do, game. I suppose I should extend something of an apology to people that have been seeing this on the stream and are now as hopelessly addicted to the game as I am. Probably eating up a lot of your free time. And that's really just too bad. Track is so cheap to lay, it's unreal. I am actually bamboozled and wonder why they decided to make track laying so cheap. Probably because that's not the focus of the game. The game is focused on industry, so why make it be more expensive than it has to be? Oh, we got a bit of an oil slick here. Pathing through that, it can be done. But I'm not a savage who's going to share the track with the other side, which I guess you could do given the way the game works. I think the trains would just go through each other. I haven't tried that because I'm not a barbarian. But there we go. It's a bit of a trek, but now this warehouse can take all of the raw coal that it imports from the state and send it over here. Now this is a coal-hungry game. In fact, it's pretty hungry for a lot of the raw resources, but coal, oil and gas This game is ravenous for. There's nowhere near enough resources on this map to satisfy it. I'm probably, when I play in the whole world, going to have to turn on infinite resources, because otherwise they'll get tapped out really quickly, and the state will not be able to supply me with enough of it. I don't like infinite resources, but I'm left with very little in the way of options here. You know, I could bridge this, but I think we'll actually bridge only across the Bosphorus. Didn't like that, but that's because the edges aren't straight enough. You can map edit resources to just be 10 times or something. I mean, they still run out eventually. I could imagine that when I do finish with this game, I'm going to want to load up the map and just look at it with a smug sense of superiority, assuming we get to that point. And I would hate for it to all come apart because you can't import enough. And that is straight up a limitation inside the game. You can only import 9 times, and of all these goods that you can import from the state, the gas, the fish, the iron ore, the coal, the copper, and the oil, those are all your limited goods. You will exhaust the resources, at which point it'll just come out at a pathetic rate and nowhere near be enough to satisfy the world. So if you have to go for the state, you can only order 9 things, no overlap, and the state has a limited output, or throughput I should say, then I'm left with very few options. I'd love an alternative option, but I don't have one right now. No, we don't want that, please. I think it's going to be quite satisfying seeing this train network in operation. It's not particularly complex, but I just like the way that they loop together in a closed circuit. On the world map, importing from the States is exploiting Antarctica. Yeah, Antarctica is a bit of a worry. I want it to be completely void of resources, cities, and connections, but the way the game... I don't know how the game generates the state borders, but anytime you try to edit them, you crash the game. I've given the developer a crash log on it. They responded to acknowledge it, but I don't think they've checked into it. They're busy working on their new game, which is advertised here. Feels a bit dirty having it there. I'm not here to advertise that game for them. I'm not here to advertise any game for them. Just here to play this game. Right, coal coming in, that's coming in. What other resource? Other raw resources? Just coal, water, and wood. If all of those are coming in here, I can start thinking about what we produce. Did I actually tell you to send that? Yeah, down they go. Oh, but I didn't tell you to use the trains. And I don't think I told you to use the train. I didn't tell you to do anything. Well, let's change that. In goes all that stuff. Send everything, send it by train. And there we go. This is a pretty high cost for sending over raw goods, but it's fine. I actually wonder how you could go about making money by selling to the state. That's something I want to look into at some point. Okay, what am I producing here? I'm going to need to produce ink and heavy pulp. That's going to put the wood... Oh no, and paper rolls, I suppose. Paper rolls, ink, and heavy pulp. Now, how many of those do I need? I don't know, but probably lots. So let's just go with lots for now. Oh, I don't like the way that looped back on itself there. Actually, I should wait until some goods are actually delivered here before I start doing that. And I certainly shouldn't deliver... Oh, crumbs. What did I just delete? I wanted to undo that destruction, not undo my build. Ah, there we go. I deleted this train terminal. Hopefully I also didn't delete this. Okay, that stopped going over by train. There we go. I'm not going to have the factories yet until all this is able to function. And I want the wood coming in, which might take a bit. It's certainly going to take a while before this guy starts getting his wood in. But once the saplings I've planted grow up to be big, strong trees, then we're going to have some actual wood coming in. Doesn't even count as being close enough to wood. This is a mistake. I need the road to be here, and then there we go. Get to work. When did you decide to make rails? We've been making rails for a while. Look at all these rails we got set up. Lovely T-junctions going on. I haven't found a good reason to use this beast of a junction because it uses way too much space. I mean, really, I could just... What is that? Like 1, 2... It's about 9 times the size using one of my T-junctions. So, no thanks. I can't see any reason to do that. But yeah, rails are good. Boats are better. Not so. Rails are faster. Boats have more capacity, and boats don't need traffic and such, but it's okay. But I am using rails. I'm still in the pocket of the truckers union, though. Boy, I'm pretty happy with how everything is working right now. Oh, we can watch the goods come in from the state. And we can look at how much I'm paying for it. $17,000 per unit of coal. 17,000. That's enormous. That is egregious. And there's all this coal still being exploited for not that amount. In fact, 17,000 is enough to... Oh, given the upkeep of this, maybe the price isn't that bad. Then again, I make 20 coal every 15 days. For that amount of money. Well, no. I make 40 coal for that. So the price of me getting coal out of the ground is about... Let's round it up and say I'm paying 2,000. Including movement and all that. And I'm paying about almost 10 times that here. Wow. Yeah. I can see why you only want to use state imports for tier 3 goods. But that's what we need to be doing. Russia ripping off Europe? Never. Oh, well, hey, look, this guy did his job pretty well. But my question is, if I set you to higher, do you have a larger range? You do. You certainly do. Holy moly, look at that guy go. That's a lot of cleaning. But with that, the cleaning is done. These seem like very temporary things. I guess if I'm constantly smogging here, I'd want more, but that's all I needed. So, farewell to all of that. Ah, you can't be sent here because I need you linked up before you'll do anything. Thinking about it... I don't know how this one-way road is going to be best to come out, but let's just put you there and there. And that links you up. And now the goods should start shipping in. Jake, the one on your right is the one you said was cool, but I see you have the same. It wasn't mine after all. Like, hey, I said, I don't know, you have me K-O-K. What? And I'll just leave it at that. Right, like I said, goods coming in. The wood is the one I might be waiting a bit long on, because we need these saplings to grow up. I could, for what it's worth, import wood and have that sent over. And you know what? What the hell? Let's do that as well. I got plenty of money. State, I'm a little short on wood. Please send all your wood to Warehouse 15. And warehouse 15, please ship all of your wood over to warehouse 33. By train, of course. Just make sure these are set by train too. And now, how much am I paying per wood? Oh right, max sent lots, please. What's that? 5,000. $5,220 for shipment of wood, which is practically free. Ah, but no wood is quite like Russian wood. Oh, I can't click on these if they're at the edge of the map. No, I tell a lie, I absolutely can. Okay, well, in comes the wood. What else is coming into here? I feel like you're doing... Uh-oh. You have an auto destination of... You've been selling those goods to the shops. No, 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 no. Whew. Right. So I had those automatically being sold to the shops in Russia. So I was paying to buy them to give them to Russia. I was being diddled there. Fortunately, I have the kind of money to swallow those costs, but that was a scary one. So yeah, it was coming in here, going here, and I had forgotten this thing was within range of the shops. So it was going, ooh, we have all this wood, right? We should be selling it to the Russian hardware shop for 3,000 each, netting me a loss of 2,000 on every bit of wood. Probably much worse on the coal. Yeah, selling the coal at 8,000 when it cost me 17k. Terrifying stuff. Please don't. Russian oligarchs at it again. Okay, we've got plenty of water and coal if nothing else, so I can start with the dye factories. Dye and heavy pulp are what we need here. Oh wait, no, is it dye or ink? I think it's ink, not dye, because dye is made of berries. Okay. Factory. What makes the ink? Is it the paper mill? Can't imagine what else would do it. Oh, petrochemicals, perhaps. Plastic. You know what? There's a thing in this game that will tell me. Recipe book. Ink. Ink is made in the paper mill. Thank you. There's going to be a lot of paper mills here. How much ink do you think we're going to need, by the way? See, this thing has a fairly reasonable range. Should be able to get everything with that. With minor overlap there, should be okay. Yeah, how much ink are we going to need? I know I said I'll overproduce, but I at least need a baseline to work with on that one. Well, let's have you double time and all of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of these? I can't think of anywhere that buys excess ink. So if we do have too much of it, where's it going to go? I don't think hardware stores buy it. I think only tier 3 and above will buy ink straight up. Yeah, they all just buy these raw things. Anybody seen a shop that buys ink? Not everything gets bought, so I guess not. We have to use that ink then. In that case, I'll make do with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them for now. And we also need some heavy pulp. How much heavy pulp do we need? Well, heavy pulp is nice in that that's something that people will buy off of us, so... 1... Oh yeah, I should actually have it set to... Heavy pulp. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is 4 going to be enough? I don't think I need a lot of heavy pulp. Heavy pulp gets made into the cardboard and into the other things, but heavy pulp is produced fast enough. that should not be a problem. It's going to be a problem if I need to Zeppelin some of this stuff away. That might be a good idea for stuff that I end up slightly overproducing, like heavy pulp. But who would buy such a thing? Russians, do you like heavy pulp? Not in your ironmongery, you don't. And it's not even a construction good. Oh, but paper rolls are. Where is that? I swear Germany takes heavy pulp. Wasn't I making heavy pulp around here? What was I doing with this stuff? Probably selling it to Scandinavia's construction goods. There we go. So Scandinavian construction goods take it. Russian construction goods do not. Maybe it's because heavy industrial doesn't want it, but rural does. Ah, I continue to learn more about this game as things go on. Still, good to know. Regardless, even if this is overproduction, I can scale it down. If it's underproduction, well, let's cross that bridge when we get to it. And more than that, I need some cardboard coming in. There we go. Regular cardboard out of heavy pulp. Well, we'll have those once we have heavy pulp being made. Ink, heavy pulp, but I need the papery things. Which is paper roll, water and wood, easy enough to make. 200%. My god, the smog is going to be the stuff of legends for these poor buggers. Ah, but I need a lot of paper rolling, don't I? Probably. I probably need a lot of it, so there we go. I'm left really hoping that my one little warehouse can handle all this. Well, we'll see if we can get these first. These guys claim they don't have access to the warehouse. I would claim otherwise. Yeah, there we go, they got it sorted. They're going to get their initial goods coming in. What's your problem? Lack of wood, but that's a problem that we foresaw. Waiting for these wee saplings to grow up. And I guess Russia just doesn't quite get in the wood that they need. Well, they have 40. They should be sending every last drop they can over to Warehouse 33. Warehouse 33... Wait, that's weird. Warehouse 33 has no wood. Please send them their wood, like I told you to. What's going on now? Why do they not want to send the wood? The Legend of EU4 lives. You're a god, mate. Who do you think has the highest morality? Man. I'm flattered, but I haven't touched EU4 in quite some time. Still highest morale? I don't know. I haven't kept track of developments of EU4 since I ran Carthage into the ground. So what would that be? Pre-Empire, I think. Empire? Emperor? EU4's been out of my mind for a long time. What is going on here? Why are they not getting wood? I didn't sever the connection. I mean, you definitely sent wood before. What's your problem now? You've got it there. You've got your destination, Warehouse 33, by train, no min kept, send fool. That goes, comes, into here. Any bright ideas? Because I don't have them, evidently. You have your connection to the train station here. Yeah, it would show a pathing alert if something was wrong there. Maybe I somehow broke the pathing for you? You have access to everything you need for this. No, I do not know. Where is my wood? Doesn't make a difference if I have it set to full or not. Huh. What's going on here? What is the major malfunction? I have the wood for you, it's just not getting sent. And without the wood I can't make the paper, and without the paper I can't do all the other products here. What's going on? Maybe something went wrong with this being right at the edge of the screen. I mean, there's that. I could shift it over, I guess. That'd be a weird thing. I mean, they sent earlier, didn't they? Yeah, they sent trains down here. Why would it be a problem now? I don't know, but I'm willing to... Does the warehouse think it gets wood from the wood production place? It does get wood from the wood production place. It gets it from both. Maybe it thinks it gets too much from here? What if I got rid of that? Ah, but then it shouldn't matter because there's still the coal to be considered. What if I turn off my state imports? What's this truck doing? The Balkans... Oh, I guess I send something up here from the Balkans? Wouldn't be surprised if I have some kind of warehouse sending up there. Warehouse 6 Balkans. Yeah, that could be any warehouse. Probably not something worth worrying about at this point. I'm just surprised that something's making that kind of trek. That's strange, because it was working before. Why would it not work now? What if I set these up again? Wood. Please go to... Warehouse 33. Buy train. Wait until full. And they say, no, we will not. And I say, why? Something's coming in. Probably just another shipment from the other place, yeah. Did something weird happen when you replaced the train station? The train station did run after I did that, I believe. You'd think since it's Warehouse 6 it'd be one of the old... It's this one, right? For some reason I'm having you send stuff all the way to Russia. It's probably eggs. Yeah, it is. Because we have too many eggs here, I didn't know what to do with them, so I send them off to Russia. Probably all spoilt by the time they get there, but that's their problem. I'm at a loss. The one thing I will do is I will rebuild... Actually, I guess I'll rebuild all this stuff. Maybe... It worked before, though. It 120% worked before. Let's look along here. Maybe something ripped it apart a bit. Over here, over here, over here. It makes its turn. Has this, which it can make up to here. And in it goes, where it's lovingly connected up. I just don't understand. F8 mode doesn't reveal any problems either. Oh, I'm stuck. Why is that not going over there? What if I just trim this and make it again? It wouldn't be the first time I've played a game which has some kind of edge of the map issue. Alright, that's how we'll do it. We'll take this away from the edge of the map. If this doesn't work, we're going to need some new ideas. I'm sure you guys are full of good ones. Even with the delays and the cramped carriages that I deal with weekly, there's something about trains that's just great. It's the sheer power, surely. Can't get enough of that sheer power of train. Maybe can't terraform. Of course we can terraform. Ah, but I probably need it flat on the other side as well, which it already is. Needs to be done on the other side as well. If this works, then sure, I will avoid building on the edge of the map afterwards. If this doesn't work... what? Did that somehow try building into the water? Questions for another day. Okay, something funky's going on here. Does that count as connected? What is that? Yeah, I think we got an invisible bridge going on. Well, this is going to raise more questions than answers. But situations often do. Come on, there's bound to be some train nerds out there. What's the problem? Send by train, send by train. It doesn't want to. Why? Okay, granted, the invisible bridge might be our problem now. Come on, we're ruining Crimea here. Now, we've already ruined Crimea in a number of ways so far this playthrough, but still. There you go, there's your visible bridge. With a breakneck S-bend. And yet, you're not happy with my new away from the edge thing here. Okay, I'm going to try remaking this warehouse and train station. It might be that building them at the very edge of the map caused something else to go awry. So that's at the edge. We'll have you here instead. There's your train station. We'll link you all up as we flatten out this last bit. Now this means I need to bring in more from the state. This is all just Russia working against me so that I have to pay a lot more money for my stately imports, isn't it? Now that I've destroyed them all, I have to re-import them. State, I need coal sent here, please. Send me a whole bunch of it. And also send me some wood. All this because I don't have my wood coming in just yet. I have autosaves coming in, Avi. I'm not too worried about the game crashing on me. It'd be a bummer, but it wouldn't be the end of the world. Okay, let's try this again. Coal. Go over to this warehouse, please. Send, max load, same story with wood. Max load. Now I wait for the state to bring in some, and then we should be able to send it over no problem. Oh, but I also need to make sure that you do not send to the shops. It's not what we're looking for. Again, you have enough wood to send out a shipment. I don't know. One thought is that max load is 12. It has enough to send that. One thought is that maybe, just maybe, the auto manual logistic is causing problems here, but I need it to be on auto manual logistic. What if I set it to manual auto logistic? Okay, thank God that didn't solve the problem, because if it did, then that would cause me more problems than it... Oh, I didn't apply it. Don't screw me, game. Okay, it doesn't want to send even with that confirmed. Auto manual logistic, back to it. Are the trains connected to the right terminals? Well, it should be. It comes out on the left, goes along. And then it eats into the left here and into there, as well it should. And vice versa. Maybe this breaks it. No, it wouldn't, because it's still happily coming over from here. Oh, geez, what is stopping this from working? And again, it worked earlier. What is the difference now? Try to disconnect all routes except the one you are testing. Okay, away you go for now. Is that miraculously going to make you start sending? No. It's just gonna ruin this route. Okay, troubleshoot mode, engage. What is the problem? And at the risk of repeating myself, it did send before. There's a reason this warehouse has a hefty amount of coal. No, okay, I thought maybe it was something to do with the state limit. What if I set the max limit to be a number rather than infinite? No. What if I try the min kept? Although that wouldn't make any sense either. Jake, try placing another warehouse halfway. See if you can send anything there. Another warehouse half... Oh, you mean see if this can send to somewhere here. That is highly logical. So now let's set up ourselves a wee warehouse here, completely away from everything else. Lovely. And of course it needs to be linked up together. Okay, now your only goal is to send that stuff over here instead. Can you do that? No, it just does not want to deliver anything. My only thought is that maybe it's something to do with the shops being nearby, because if I set it to a large radius of outgoing products... Ah, why? Why does that make it work? Okay, this bears some investigation. It makes sense though, because the one thing I did change was I stopped it selling to the shops and then it stopped giving out. Okay, let's have a look then. Ah, I think I know. I had outgoing products set to all off, which should be controlled manually. Maybe this somehow doesn't reach over with that? Don't know. Everything else is connected up as it should be though, right? How about do not deliver to shops? No. Okay then. Prioritize producers. Look at that, it's selling to the shops, and it's not selling, it's not shipping out. And I can't tell you no to shops, but if I tell you to do it equally, then... oh right, I got rid of the destination. Forget everything I just did for the past minute there. This might work now. I send it over there, and then I say 10 all off, and it goes no, and then I say 15, and it still says no. No shops. Maximum range. Okay, equally. Cannot reach destination. What? Why not? Looks like a pretty oh, by train, please. Would you please? Okay, out it goes, and now we say, don't sell to shops, please. Please, please, please. There we go. Right. I have no idea, actually. I have no idea why it wasn't working. I have a suspicion that if I only have this within 10 tiles, it can't encapsulate its own... No, that makes no sense at all. I thought maybe within 10 tiles it's not reaching there, but that doesn't make sense. I don't get it. I just straight up do not get it. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe it doesn't have the range to get to its own warehouse, its own train station, if it's only set to that. I wonder if you're going to have the same problem then. No, you are connected. Ah, maybe. Yep, that's it. It needs to have this range encapsulate that. It's very strange to me that it would need that, but there you go. I've learnt another thing. I can also see that we have some trees set up here, which is nice. Which means I can, you know, all that effort to get the wood brought down, and now we can actually just produce the wood that we need here. Overproduce the wood of... Oh, crumbs, wrong place. This is where F8 mode helps out a fair bit. Learning alright. How bizarre. Boat stations, Zeppelin stations, and train yards are all intimately linked towards the warehouse that they're built from. It seems bizarre that they also need to be within the range there. But we got it puzzled out regardless. I can't place that last one because of the lack of wood, but there will be wood, and they're going to plant more wood for me. Right, now the paper mills will at long last function. And what I should do is only have you dispatch that if they're short on wood and other things. So top them up to 50. That way I'm not bringing in too much. Because these state costs are outrageous. Do wood harvesters generate traffic? Yes. If not, it might be worth just having the harvesters on a sand lane road for more compact layout. They do generate traffic. Here, we can watch it. We can watch it, these bars fill up. Once that does fill up, the harvesters pop out wee trucks that deliver it to the lumber yard. Once the lumber yard has it, it sends it out on another truck, and that truck then goes towards the warehouse. So actually, these produce a lot of traffic, because each of these harvesters has a truck that it sends to the lumber yard, and the lumber yard has a truck for every unit of wood that it makes back to here. So yeah, there's a lot of traffic associated with such lumbering. Germany wants to grow. What do I want Germany to want? At this point, I'm not entirely sure it matters much. Farmers market, grocery store, and toy store currently. And we can advance them with... You know what? If they are a bookstore as well, they take any excess. The only thing I'd rather is if they have excess desire for my ink, which they're not going to. So here's your crummy bookstore. They're getting huge, and the smogging has begun here. Right, Chings, how long did we spend puzzling that thing out? Well, since we have it sorted, it would be prudent for me to make a manual save, which I haven't made for some time. And this is Christmas dinner, probably 9 by now. Right, so that means you're going to be filled up with stuff. You've got ink, paper rolls, and yeah, we've been waiting on the wood for the heavy pulp. So now we want to be making our cardboard and our printed paper. Don't know how much of both we're going to want, but guess we'll find out together. Cardboard. Works every 15 days and makes 2 of them. It's quite a lot of cardboard, but it consumes quite a lot of the heavy pulp. 2 of these... 3 of these are... 2 of these are fed by 3 of these. I don't know how much of this stuff I'm actually going to need then. Let's have 4 of these guys operational. And that will necessitate another couple of you. Just hoping traffic doesn't become such a killer in this. And that also means that I want to get my printed paper here. And printed paper probably wants its own separate thing. How big are those? They're 4x4, right? Paper, paper, paper. I should have thought that the paper needs to come along here, so this needs an exchange that it can come over to here. That's fine though, it'll be trivial to set that up. Printed paper, this is something I need a lot of. And it's going to drink that ink and the paper rolls. So every bit of paper rolling... Is paper roll used for anything other than printed paper? I don't think it is. So it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of those at least. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. F8 mode, help me out. 7, 8. Now there's every possibility that this is more than this layout can handle, but I'm going to hope that it's not. You're full, which isn't too bad a thing. Full of ink, full of water. Hey, is that wood coming in yet? Oh yeah, these guys should be bringing in loads of wood now. Which is fine, I can keep the state thing operational. Just means the state won't be buying in wood that we're not needing. I believe paper rolls are used to destroy buses. That's beyond me. Right, let's get rid of this and have the ability. I need to destroy a little more than that. The ability to link you guys up. This is something that I'm very grateful that that it is as cheap as it is to be building rails. That's kind of good. I can just Terra reform this a little bit. Have you come around and around. And then you come up here. Hey. And I just need you to link into here. Lovingly done. Now, that paper, not only the dispatching here might be a pain, But if the printed paper comes over here, it should probably all the end goods should come out, including the printed paper. So for that, I could say that this whole thing exists just to put intermediaries in here, but still. Is paper tier 1 or tier 2? It's tier 2. Printed paper goes over here, every last drop of it, by train. Other things include cardboard. And... oh, it's just those two things. Just paper and cardboard. Because over here I'm going to make the thin cardboard, punch cards, etc, etc. Lovely. Big accident over here. A truck lost control during winter, jackknifed across the road, releasing the big paper rolls it was carrying down the road where a bus happened to be travelling. Paper roll went halfway into the bus from the front before stopping. That sounds, well, as you said, a big accident. Not a fun one either. Yeah, as opposed to all those fun accidents, right? Okay, I have something of an idea. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. I'll wait until the goods end up delivered here, and then I'm going to start thinking, are there any intermediaries that I've forgotten about that they want? Yeah, they want ink, don't they? Because we're going to be writing books. No, books don't want ink. You don't want ink. You don't want ink. Ah, they want leather. Did not consider for 5 seconds that I need leather to bind my books. But they do want ink as well. That being the case then, I want to... ink is surely a tier 1 thing. Ink, over to there please. Send by train. But don't send everything. Make sure you have 30 ink here yourself so that we can still have this stuff going. Leather. I have not touched cows at all in this game, and I only need a tiny amount of leather coming in here. Well, time for these chickens to no longer be chickens. Just walking up to a place and saying, you are now doing cows. Congratulations. How much leather am I going to need over here? I think the demand is only for 2 books. Yeah, the consumption of leather is only going to be 2. Oh no, it's only going to be 1 every 15 days. That's minuscule. Well, regardless. You already... oh, you're on manual? Can I put you auto? Automatically deliver everything to Warehouse 6. Warehouse 6. You got this stuff going on, but what if I say you can deliver to no, that could get messy. Let's not mess with something that works. Let's instead say, God, this is so messy back from when I did everything manually. I should have known this problem would arise, and I did know it would arise, but that's okay. We dealt with it, and we understand better. Get that leather over to Warehouse 34. What's that? You don't have access to Warehouse 34? You do now. What about the rest of my goods, you harp? Well... I don't even know who wants milk or meat. Who wants milk or meat? They want milk up in the Commonwealth. And who wants a good old burger? Did Balkans really not want any burgers? Wow. France, you hungry? Chings, the demand for beef is at an all-time low. Alright, they want them in Iberia, which is kind of funny, but also kind of not. Russia, you're a little closer. Okay, Russia, I'll have a big, juicy burger. So, warehouse, and this is barely worth doing. It might even not be worth doing. But I want you to laboriously send the Russian farmer market some really old, nasty beef that you get, maximum amount, and sell the milkies to... Did Balkan want milk? I think it was Commonwealth that was thirsty for milk. There you go. That's not going to make money worth knowing, but the point is I need that hide over here, and you are going to further move that leather hide over to warehouse 7, send every last drop of it, and then they'll be using it. They'll get backed up with it though, which does make me think maybe... Does anybody else want a bit of leather hiding? You do. Okay, in that case, I want you to send over with min kept 0. Limit it to 20. Any excess you have, just sell to the Balkans. That's the farmer's market. Where's the hardware store? There we go. Hardware store is only going to send if they have some backed up. And just meet demand with that. Shouldn't be a problem. Nah, sell one full. There's no way you're going to get that amount. So, you're going to send over to here until this place has 20 of them backed up. And you're going to send them on until the other destination has 20 of them. That's quite a buffer, but it'll work out, I'm sure. And I'm sure that the grain farm still sends its food over to you. It absolutely does. Good, that works. Nice that I could just jerry-rig that from existing stuff rather than having to set up my own cattle ranch farm here. Because the overall demand for leather and meat and milk is next to nothing, and I'm not sure if I need them for tinners at all. Okay, so I can get back to that without worrying. Knowing you, they're afraid of sawdust additives. Come now, that's painting a false impression. This is probably just loads of ink coming in. Places are going to have ink coming out of the woo-ha. Also, there's no point in connecting you other than just getting rid of the thing that says you're not connected. These guys are struggling. Oh god, that traffic is struggling. But I suspect that's because the ink mills are just suddenly kicking into action. I'm gonna hope that's the problem. And not that, you know, we have 8 of these stuck on one bit that comes out. I mean, Jingzis have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on one bit. They don't have all these other things coming out. This might be a little too dense for them. Yeah, I should probably move my heavy pulp industry over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 12 on one of those is a little bit intense. Let us, in that case, build 4 of you over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 2. Oh, it's auto-saving. 3, 4. Roll out the kegs. We'll have a barrel of fun. All building efficiency down 15. Beer. The beer price and all of my distillery prices have gone up. Huh. Okay, well, too bad for me, I guess. You're not getting my heavy pulp, friends. Okay, we've got paper, cardboard and all that. It is time to set up the industries here that we need for the very end. Now we need 8 bookstores. Factory, that's probably done in a paper mill. Yeah, it even says it does the books. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... I've made a mistake here. Undo all of that. I want to have this one set for, first off, outputting books. Hang on, I just had a thought. Does that fancy book thing need books themselves? Oh, thank God, they just need printed paper. Phew. Actually, I can just have them on 200% and not have so many of them, can't I? Yeah, and since we're smogging here, that should be fine. So I really only need 1, 2, 3, and 4. Newspapers also need 4 of. That's going the wrong way. Oop. Okay. Take you, smack you here. Tell it to move over for newspapers. 1, 2, 3, and 4 at 100%, 200%. Thin cardboard and punch cards. Both I should be able to fit onto one of these lines quite easily. Here we go. You're going to do the punch cards at 200%. 1, 2, 3. And there's just enough space to do them on the other side as well. And that's for the thin cardboard. Donk, donk. Something I actually quite like about this compared to Factorial, although it does add to the amount of work you have to do, is that I am designing these each and every time. I don't just have a set Factorial design that I slam down willy-nilly. So I quite like actually building these. Especially because I have constraints on this map, although I have far fewer of them now that I can terraform, say, all of Turkey's fun bits away. That comes out wrong. Deluxe books, 2 of. Plenty of space to do that over here, and actually a single factory will take care of that. And there it is. Well, ain't that just something. Now, we need to do the final part of this, and that is moving all those goods away. Thin cardboard. Over to... Oh, sugar. I don't actually have my warehouse set up in Iberia for that. Unless I want to use this one, and it's going a little further than I want it to. Fortunately for me, I own the rights to building whatever I want in Iberia. So I'm going to start by flattening things out a bit. That's not quite right. How about that? Okay. And then we're going to have our warehouse set up here. The warehouse is going to have a bit of a trek to go to sell things. Kind of a shame I don't have it closer here to do more auto-selling, but it's kind of alright if I just tell it to go manually. It's not the end of the world. How are you getting out there? I guess I could have you come straight up to there. Sure, why not? Warehouse sends it out there. Don't know what the range on getting you over to here is. Why don't I just do what I did before, which is flatten this out a bit more. At the cost of many millions. And then have you there, and have your boat depot there. Oh nice, it didn't even all have to be on the water there. Or maybe some of it counted as water, which I didn't think it would. Things go out there, and back in through here. Lovely. So now I have to do a two-step seal it together thing here. Every last scrap of that cardboard goes here. By boat, of course. Send Max. Yeah, send for Maximilian. Deluxe books. We don't sell many of them, but they sell for Boon Dollar. Regular books, which are same tier as deluxe books. And then we go down a tier for the printed paper, which you want. And your punch cards, which thinking of it are really simple. They're just made of cardboard, right? Over by boat and by boat. Surely Granada will trade with the Ottomans. Granada desperate for that Ottoman alliance to keep him alive. Anything else that we're shifting over? They don't buy regular cardboard, do they? What have I missed here? Have I missed anything, in fact? I'm looking at the wrong place. You there. Punch cards, paper books, deluxe books, thin cardboard. Probably missed newspapers, right? Are newspapers tier 2? They might even be tier 3. Let's double check. Well, I'll be damned. I wouldn't be that keen on newspapers to put them so high tier. Rags, the lot of them. The cost of shipping them over is pretty high, but compared to the amount they're selling for, not that bad at all. My real concern is just how much importing coal is eating into my bottom line here. I would say lots. I believe the Turkish port is in Karaman rather than Otos. Doesn't matter, it's where I'm putting it here. Okay, great. Then the only other thing is to make sure that you sell it here. Then we'll unpause and see what problems I have created and have to fix. Which actually makes me a bit excited. It's all going to the bookstore, every last bit of it. Meet demand, do not wait till full. Waiting until full would mean that almost nothing gets shipped. I have it enabled by demand, by default, because I prefer it on by default. So many of these are top tier items. I can see why bookstore comes so late. I'm really excited already about how I would tackle this game starting a fresh save. But we gotta get our tinners done first, which I said might be today, but the time is wearing on. I need a bunch of money, but with this set up and the game unpaused, I should actually be rolling in dosh, provided nothing breaks. Didn't actually think punch cards would be the low one there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 goods. Unpause. Oh, pathing alert, of course, you're not actually going to work if I don't link those together. One concern might be this amount of traffic is ridiculous. But I'm hoping that will solve itself in due time. If it doesn't, I might actually outsource some of the smogging down here, because this is lighter than expected, and this is heavier than expected. I could take something like... oh, well, no, it looks like it's clearing up. Given quantities of clearing. But you know what? You get a notification here if a warehouse is actually backing up on goods that it needs to send out, and it's not right now. The paper mill, however, seems to be having problems getting its goods. That's probably just because you don't have the wood in stock. No, you have the wood and the water, so these paper mills need to just get their rears in gear. Okay, I think I can get behind what's happening here. Seeing a lot of green, a lot more green than red. Even these guys are operating, although what's your problem? Ah, the leather is taking its time to come over. Ah, it doesn't help that the livestock is also working at a lower efficiency. But it should generally shove out 2.5 leather each 15 days, and I only need 2 every 15 days, assuming Oktoberfest ends eventually and all these things pop back up to 100% efficiency. Unfortunately, this lower efficiency is probably lowering the amount of pollution that we could be smogging Ottomans with. What's good to see is that this bookstore setup actually doesn't ask for a lot, and I think part of the low footprint is not needing crops. Making booze requires a lot of farming, so it's got a much bigger footprint. I'll need to consider this when making a perfect world, that if you give places booze, it's going to mean more space is taken up. Counterpoint, you need space for trees. This is quite a lot of space. Counterpoint, it's not nearly as much space as my farming and logistics, although the difference isn't that huge. And that farming point doesn't include the logistics. Yeah, oh well. Counterpoint. These produce more wood than I need for this, so I could actually centralize wood production at 200% and actually save space that way. Okay, I think it'll be fine. Away you go, layouts thing. We don't need you right now. What I need is the money. People were talking about the game and slowdown. I think it's only slowing down on the visual sense, rendering all this stuff. Maybe it speeds up if I get rid of all these. Hey, look at that! It's running on... Well, let's put it on actual max speed. I'm not noticing any chugging. It will start chugging when I bring these up, though. Yeah, rendering those hurts it. And I want those on, because it's good to immediately see if things are going horribly red. There's a lot of red poking around here, and I do wonder why. Hops and yeast, but not enough barrels? I thought I had barrel production taken care of. Look at all these barrels. What's your problem? And if you tell me lack of wood... Oh my goodness. I have actually exhausted the wood of Ireland. Except I haven't, because... We're just going to set these at 200%. And laugh in lush Irish. I'm not copy and pasting these because these have individually set up destination slots. Still though, that's good. I wasn't sure I'd ever need these guys working at 200% efficiency. But there's a lot of chopping needing to be done in Ireland, so get to it. Oh, I missed you. Oh. That's going to increase the traffic pretty significantly for these guys, but I think I have it set up in a way that it'll work out. I wish you could turn off auctions, but I don't think you can. They're horrible. There's no point in caring about them past a certain point. Hell, even during the game, you seldom care that much about doing it. Okay, that's a lot of wood coming in, and these warehouses should hopefully start backing up sooner or later. They're fulfilling demand right now, so that's okay. One lumberyard only has 3 harvesters, it seems. Ah! I don't think we had the trees for these guys ages ago. Either that or accidentally deleted them. Good point though, and that will kickstart back up the barrels. Oh my god, I want to see the boats traveling. Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, this... There's doubtlessly at least some of the people watching this that just don't get it. They're seeing me play this game and they're like, why? Why is he playing this? This looks dumb. Go and play any other game that's going to give you more fun than this. But seeing this, all the work I put in to see these boats full of goods going in, docking it down, having them dispatched, the payoff. This is the absolute payoff. Tell me, what kind of payoff do you get when you play a JRPG? My numbers are now big enough, but the cutscene will tell me that power of friendship means I overcome the big bad. Whoop-de-doo. But here, I can feel it. Turning the Irish into productive members of society, who could have thought? They said it couldn't be done. I'm pretty happy with my smogging of Turkey as well, and we did agree that we wouldn't be smogging Greece. So I'm actually surprised that the Bosphorus just holds the smog at bay. Well, good job, Greeks. And the Greeks can even reclaim their islands here. What's your problem, paper mill? Could it be that I actually don't produce enough cardboard? I probably don't. I probably actually need more hard cardboard makers. I just assumed that these guys would be enough. Because they do 2 cardboard every 15 days. But the thing is, you need to feed the thin ones as well here. So yeah, much as I hate to say it, and I don't hate to say it that much, we need more of them. A 1 and a 2. And do we want a third one? Yeah, why not? More cardboard for the cardboard gods. My god, I love seeing it all running like this. And it looks like the Balkans are finally ready to join the world stage here. You know, I don't have anywhere that takes home goods, so there you go, we'll have that. Do we have a diner? Chicken soup, chocolate cake, soda water, burgers. No, I think I gave somewhere else that, so. Huzzah! Congratulations in the Balkans, you're a big boy now. You're a city, you're not yet a metropolis though. Metropolis gets the showcase for the Christmas dinner. Little surprised to see the oil not, the ink not flowing. Why is that? Am I actually short on coal? No, I'm short on water. Water was the one thing I thought I would not be short on. But you guys are drinking it all up. And these guys are running at 200% as well. Well, you can also run at 200%. And since more is more, I will give you yet another one. Research 0 out of 1. What? Invest in the sciences. With a new year right around the corner, we better produce some extra goods. Research anything and then you get it. Well, I've researched everything I care about, but if you insist, game, let's research how to make a burger. It's going to cost me 5 million and be a complete waste. There we go, get that water flowing. Seismic active. Oh my god, I do not like these events. Deliver planks and steel to Scandinavia. I am so turning off events when all is said and done. You, do you get planks and steel? You get planks at least, okay. In that case, I need you to now send those tier 1 planks to Scandinavia's town centre. And I don't even know where it keeps the steel. You. Well, no, the steel is made here. I'm sure somewhere has excess steel. I think it's you. Possibly in Warehouse 3. Yep, you've got the steel. Matthew Steel. So now I'm gonna keep some of those. And you see, what does this add to the game? This just makes me stop, disrupt my stuff, and only to not get such a horrible earthquake that harms everything massively. Makes nil sense. Oh, I cannot fly things over to Scandinavia. Nor can I boat things over. I can only train them over, and I don't have a train network existing there. Come on, Jake, use that thing on your head and think. I could buy out my competitor in Scandinavia, but the world will seem so empty if I leave it like that. I don't want to fly it over to an existing chock full thing like that, but I can fly it over to here and then truck it over. Man, this is such a waste of everybody's time. Okay, doesn't change the fact that we're having to do it. You there, send that stuff over to here. Don't send more than 10 by blimp. Min capped 0. Make sure the other min capped has some. And then you, so much back and forthing here. Send that steel. Next time I play, events are going off and we'll be all the happier for it. Don't send them more than 20 by train. And then finally, you... The only thing I sell to Scandinavia is apples. That's absurd. Also, is that true? Oh dear. So, I've been making a mistake. I wasn't actually selling my booze to Scandinavia. I was only getting it as far as the warehouse. Whoops. Ah, but hang on. We can auto... Okay, no, I take that back. It was automatically selling it. That's fine. I wonder if you will automatically sell to the town centre then. Let's just watch and see if it works. Okay, right. I wasn't making the big mess up of not selling that I thought I was. I was using auto. Got my burgers. Now what I want to know is... how's it going with that steel? There we go, we're getting some steel over here. It's going to land. I think it's only going to send when full though, so it's going to need a second shipment. It would need a second shipment anyway, so no harm done. So eyes peeled for another load of steel coming out of England. They have enough for it. Are you it? No, you're not. Come on, send that steel on your incredibly slow to deploy Zeppelins, please. Ah, you actually need to up the amount of min sent, don't you? Otherwise you won't do it. There it goes. Also. Don't wait till full. So it's going to land here. And truth be told, I can actually just turn off the whole thing I made there once that lands. Or just say max sent none. Oh, not infinite. Look, once it's there, and it's already there and back, we shall just delete that. Because it's not necessary. And now... you will probably already be sending that. Yes, you are. Over to Warehouse 8. Where is it? Is that it? It's not it. Is that it? That is exactly it. Alright, goody. Goody, goody. Over you go. Choo choo, choo 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 choo. Now I'm curious if it's automatically going to send that stuff out, or if it only cares about going to shops, not city centre. Outgoing products, well, it's still got 12 there, so I don't think it is doing it. And I don't see city centre as anything available here. So not only are these events just getting in the way of everything, it also makes you have to do things manually. So if you set everything to automatically... basically I'm saying these events are pretty crap. For me at least, I'm sure some people enjoy them. I'm just not that some people. 1, 2, 3, 4 shipments. This will be done, 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 done. And we managed to avoid the seismic activity, which probably would have ruined a lot of things. Also, we are backed up with wood here. Okay, so I'm very much overproducing on the wood. That's fine by me. You've got plenty of water and plenty of coal, which is good. And France now wants to become huge, so I'll just pay for them to become huge. Things are backing up here, but on what end? I think they're just not getting their stuff out of the warehouse fast enough. This really is the limit to how big I can make these areas. And it is pretty big, but it seems to be working well enough. I'm certainly getting all these out, and it feels so good watching my wee boats head out. I'm going to need to design a multi-warehouse place. Don't know how, but clearly one warehouse cannot handle this many factories on automatic mode. And ideally, I want a design that has room to tessellate. And I hate to say it, but we're probably going to have the Windmill of Love work here. Because it's a design that's probably going to fit well and tessellate and give me space to have this come out. It should also give me space to fit in a Zeppelin. Twitch sensors start sweating. They don't know what to make of it. But the efficiency should surely speak for itself, right? Yeah, that way I can sneak in... Well, I can sneak this thing in anyway. It just needs a connection. I think if I get this finished today, or whenever I get this finished, I'm going to design exactly that. Some sort of maximum capacity warehouse thing, or some kind of multi-warehouse setup, although I don't know how I do multi-warehouse. Because the auto stuff would get in the way. It would get in the way tragically. You'd be as well just making smaller ones. Oh yeah, that actually works well. If I make a smaller one that is designed for a certain radius, I could drop this one down to, say, 25 and it would still get all of these. Then that's still a little big and it would still certainly have some overlap. But if I tucked these ones in, again, with the Windmill of Love, we'd be able to bring the radius down a lot, kill some of this dead... Okay, that's what we're going to do after we're finished here. We're going to design a better warehouse setup. And I can do it on infinite mode where I don't need to worry about money or terraforming or anything. Such a German argument, Jake, that may not help your case. Too bad. Nice that it ups my research speed, but not the cost of my research, which is the far more important part. Okay, groovy. With everything working, the only real problem is the sheer amount of money needed to get the chicken tinner operational necessitates me having a lot more money than I have right now. So I just kind of need to leave it unpaused and generating this endless flow of dosh. I could make yet more money by setting up yet more industry. For example, I could do all this again to fill somebody else's need for books. Who was nerdy enough for books? Oh, not Scandinavia. Did Germany want books? Germany did want books. And in fact, there's very little stopping me from doing that. I could just copy and paste this and this. Although I'd be a little more worried about this since it clearly has capacity issues. Capacity issues that I should strongly consider outsourcing to here. I mean, we don't need... Yeah, I could actually take the pulp stuff. No, but pulp needs water and wood. What would I outsource down here or move down here? How many factories are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 4, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, pretty much double. James, I didn't think it was that big a difference. Then, since you are only using pulp, I think I could quite happily take all of my heavy cardboard industry and move it down here. I hope they're not backed up with stuff, because otherwise I'm going to feel bad about destroying them. But I will do exactly that, because this is clearly too heavy for it. How many did I just delete? 1, 5, 6, 7. Was it 7? Feels like it was 7. And I can kind of happily move them over here. cardboard, please. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wrong place. 4, 5, 6, 7. And honestly, if I made any of these sides too heavy, and I think this one's a little too heavy, I can get rid of 2 of those and move them over to here. With help from my good old flatten tool. But yeah, 1.6 million. What's that to us now? It's kind of a splash in the pan, drop in the ocean. It's nae a lot. And this means that I also want to get the heavy pulp, which is still just tier 1, right? Tier 1, heavy pulp. Please send it over to warehouse 7. Maximum by train. Hype sweeper time, Jake. Load it up, leave the game running. It would certainly be a way to make endless dosh, but what if something goes horribly wrong and everything... wait, my headquarters seems to be yelling at me. France requires... Oh, right, they want me to click on this. Huzzah! There you go, France. Lucky you. Alright, good to see the cardboard places working. It seems strange that you take cardboard to make thin cardboard. Begs the question, what exactly is thin cardboard? So I've certainly made this place busier, and this place looks like it's struggling a lot less. Still seeing a bit of gridlock, but that's alright. The gridlock just adds to the smoggening. It's cardboard divided by 2. What? Why do I have a pathing alert? Oh, I don't. It's just the game doesn't know what to do about that. No warehouse in range for this water well. Ah. You need this to be just a little bit bigger. Dunk. There you go. And then out goes all the water to here. Although, were you struggling on water before? Well, if you weren't, you will now. Oh, he loves to see it. And then out go my wee boaties. Looking at that though, a boat could fulfill so much logistical needs. No traffic needs, out they go with high capacity. I think boats beat trains if you've got something like this going on. It does eat up a lot of space here, but it's not a big deal, because in the end, whether the warehouse is here or right here, the maze is in the trucks being in the city, and you probably wouldn't... Well, I guess it cuts out this being buildable land, but I could just tuck these roads together and it's just a 2 by 20 or so line. Yeah, I don't think there's a problem in having my docks far away from the cities they supply. And trucks pass fast enough with regards to the time in order to fill demand, no problem. If we look at these bookstores, look at that, they got their newspapers stocked up, their deluxe books, their... well, they consume them every 15 days, and they just did. I suppose the only thing is, are they getting enough printed paper? I feel like I don't actually stock up much printed paper here. It gets used up before it gets sold out. So maybe I actually needed even more printed paper than I thought. We should probably always keep some paper to hand for the stuff that we sell out, though. I could see a situation where we sell all the paper we have and we're waiting for a new shipment. Still, though, the money it makes me is great. I don't know what I was pulling at the start of this stream, but I think we've doubled it quite easily. I'm just in 2 minds about copy-pasting that in order to give someone else the ability to read. We did vote to not smog Italy, so I guess I'll avoid doing that. This is good. The only thing we still need to make are our tinners. But the cost of that is ridiculous. I need about triple the money I have right now, and I can't just take out a loan for that one. And I do want to make lots of tinners. The goal is to make 100 of them after all. But thinking about it, if we're making... How much are we making? 12 million a month? So that's 100 million a year. Oh, that's 10 years until I have the money to do that. That's quite a lot of time. 1.5 billion just to make some tin. Look, the first person that set out going, I'm gonna make tinned foods and goods for people, probably had it as quite a big undertaking. Damn, if this was moved over a bit, this could easily be Novgorod. In terms of having to ship in through this narrow lane to provide people with what they need. I'm backed up with yeast. And I'm left wondering why that is, but it's probably no big deal. Money is dropping fast, says Tallboy. No. Money is going up and up and up. I had 500 million or so when I looked earlier. Now we're up in the 600 millions. I'm definitely making 12 million a pop. Can you get a small loan of $1 billion? Let's see what kind of loans they're offering us right now. If I go to my headquarters and I say give me a loan, they'll do 50 million. There's an achievement for taking out 50 million or similarly large loans, but for some reason achievements stop working after a while with saving and loading games. Don't know why. I do not have the answer to that. Well, before we go into full-on tinners, we can take a moment to admire what we've built up here. I'm pretty happy that I was able to keep Scotland nice and clean and just a glorified whiskey distillery. Wasn't I going to double up on the whiskey that I brought out? There's a lot of little touches that I could do to make more money, but at this point I think I've set up something that runs pretty smoothly and we can leave it as is. Ireland being nothing but a lumber yard amuses me greatly. And I'm fairly anti-Irish with a lot of my rhetoric, but I'm pretty happy to keep Ireland this lovely green jewel, which is fitting for them. And then, contrary to that, what's a black jewel? There must be a black jewel out there. Whatever it is, it's what England is now. Oh, right. Copper, no more. We ran out of copper. We can't make those goods anymore. Away that goes. That's going to be a concern when I run out of coal, actually. Oh dear. Diamonds are compressed coal. Onyx, right. The shining onyx of the British Empire is England. And they just mine out coal and make me barrels and trains. As it should be, frankly. And a little bit of stuffing down here, but I only did that so France would grow a little better. And funnily enough, France keeps the pollution at bay. It shall not pass over to here. And Scotland's left nice and green. At least all the Scotland that matters. I hear some sorry souls live around here. If you can really call it living. Scandinavia is one place I haven't touched. I decided I'd leave the AI alive, and this is what they've done. It's very little though, it's just basic goods being sent out. Basic goods can make you fine money though, but they're not going to make you super rich. They will make you plenty of money to bounce forward though. They never exploited their copper, but to be fair, since I didn't take over, I wasn't able to drop down all my stuff. And what's this just go... This is my influence on Scandinavians, and I love to see it go out the way it does. Although we'll probably need another shipment before they're going to do that again. Here we go. Out goes the liquor. You're getting your brandy, you're getting your wine, you're getting your beer, you're getting your vodka. And I think that's the whiskey. Just straight into the liquor store. You love to see it. And that just keeps this thing tanked up. And we can see the money that I make pass over at the turn of the month, so I will. Man, I feel like a European trying to destabilize China here. There was 500,000 coming out of there. I can't help but feel it'd be a little more, but... Since I don't quite overproduce for them, the demand stays high, so they pay me plenty. Yeah, Dalashkogan going unused. I mean, I could tap that, but... Well, I can't build here, so no, I'd have to buy out Life LLP. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not a monster. There's other things I could do. I could grab this oil to sell it to Russia, same with the gas, but at this point that's pretty paltry money compared to... Well, you know what, why not? Why would we not do that? It feels only right to be doing that in Russia. You know, the AI wasn't going to do it. Well, I'm better than them, so we'll get it done. Gather that. Gather the oil with an oil drill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Add harvester. Where do they go? F8 mode, help me out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nobody wants refined oil, which still strikes me as a little weird. Like, why did nobody demand that? But hey, that's their imperative, right? Now, I need that to come into a cheeky little warehouse. Yeah, I think this can work like so. I'm going to desperately reduce your radius so you're not getting in on anybody else's territory. And you guys will pop out like so and in like so. So the trucks come out, left-hand drive into there and out like so. Lefty in, lefty out. Okay, that'll work out just fine. And I can just have this on automatic and not have to manually do it, but you better believe you guys are working 200% for me. This is going to smog, and the smog might even kill here or interrupt these people. So I will actually have an anti-pollution purifier. Over there. Hopefully you'll work hard enough. I'll make you work super hard for me. And all you need is a very simple very simple water well. The oil comes elsewhere. And 2 of those working regularly will be enough. And actually, you know what, you can go through the warehouse. I doubt this will be anything resembling a problem. And then finally, as this stuff comes out, I'm going to have some of it come out over here, over a one-way bridge, the My Way bridge. And similarly, anybody coming back in can come back in like so. And that means that I want you to be selling, and this is just raw resources, oil and gas to Russia. Hardware store, right? Yeah, and they'll take it all. They'll take every last drop of it. This is just how oil, gas, and coal hungry the game is. Just send every last drop you can to them. And out they go. What's this guy's problem? Oh my god, remember when I turned off my egg farm ages ago? They're still driving to Russia with those nasty several-year-old eggs. And the Russians will eat them, and they'll pay full price for them. Thanks, Russia. There we go, and there's no smog problems because the purifier is taking care of it. LLP is offering me a loan to buy a permit on Bushbury. Nope. Curious about pathing alert. How in the... No, there's nothing wrong with you. You're just giving me grief because you can. I guess occasionally the pathing breaks down, maybe as the map gets bigger and bigger, but they keep on working and they keep on making me money. Even older, nastier eggs. Ooh, road network speed just dropped down like a rock. Also, are you still buying up wood? That is absurd. There is no way that there's problems with shifting wood from here. I mean, the warehouse is full. I am getting rid of my state purchasing of wood. Maybe for some reason it was sending down to here ahead of the other one. But we don't need wood now because we have this set up. Making egg nogtka. I see what you did there. Okay, we're up in the 700 millions now, which is groovy. Yeah, so it's this trivial to make things clean. Just pop down an oil well and an air purifier and you're just straight up not going to have the smog. But the counterpoint is, why? Why would you do that? It's not a huge expense and it's certainly not a lot of logistical concerns. But it is a concern. Popping down an air purifier costs 125,000 plus 100,000 plus 100,000 per every water harvester for a water well, and the water well itself costs another 150k. And then there are the ongoing costs for them. The alternative is to not give a hoot and pollute all the way around you. And that would be a problem if I needed to harvest water or grow crops here, but if you don't, again, who cares? Who truly cares? I definitely have overproduction here, and I don't think I ever got around to just shifting the excess elsewhere, did I? Which I could certainly be doing in, say, Scandinavia, perhaps? Scandinavia would want the excess wheat and apples, but I already shift apples there. And Russia didn't want much either. Okay, I guess we just have excess. That's fine, though. And there are no pathing alerts, don't tell me. I can think of one area that cares. Nah. I was thinking that I'd be ripping down a lot of my starting stuff and rebuilding it, and I did end up doing that. France had a lot more ramshackle stuff built up around it, and almost everything that I initially built is gone. How did I actually start with France? What were the first things that I did? I would have set up wood. I think I set up these sand things. I had sand harvesting from the start. And that's one thing I haven't changed. These sand things have been there, delivering sand to France for very little money for the longest of times. But almost all of my farming, if not all of them, I did tear down and redo. Tell you what, Jake, I can take the smog, but at least cut Scotland off from England with some water. Cut Scotland off from England with some water. I'm way ahead of you, young. Missing permit! Damn you Scandinavian freaks! Alright, but I'm still way ahead of you. Still way ahead of you. Come on, we can do this. Maybe it wants me to be out of F8 mode for this one. There we go. Yeah, give me more of that stuff. A little bit more. Ooh, just a little bit. There we go. Just making sure that all of Scotland that matters is separated from glorified England. Evil satanic asshole. Nonsense. Glasgow sunk into the sea, Edinburgh preserved. I love Edinburgh. I don't have that love for Glasgow. Probably because I never spent much time in Glasgow. I lived in Edinburgh for a few glorious years. If I could put a ring on the finger of Edinburgh, I'd be doing it. Okay, we've even gotten Balkan up to big boy mode. That means that Commonwealth is the only one that's lagging behind. Because I haven't... Even though I set up the infrastructure to deliver stuff to Commonwealth, there's very little I've actually been giving them. I don't get it. How do we still have eggs coming out of the Balkans? Why do we still have eggs coming out of the Balkans? Nobody knows. Perhaps nobody should know. I love to see it. I do, however, have to keep waiting, because that money needs to roll in. I think I lost out in money thanks to... Oh, no, the only reason I lost out in money was for paying for that extra stuff. Right. The only thing that could truly go wrong here is running out of raw resources that are somehow vital to something. And the iron ore here will run out, but I'm not exploiting it to the maximum, so it'll last a wee while. This coal goes over and is an important ingredient in making our bottles, which fuels the booze economy. So actually, when this coal runs out, that's a concern, and it is going down. Same with this coal. Importing coal would be muckle pricey. And there are no other coal reserves. Well, there's this coal reserve, which is also meant to be helping these guys, but actually, I think you're running low on... No, you're not. Oh, actually, you're topped out of the stuff. I suppose that's good. Well, it's not that bad, actually. When it runs out, production is only halved. It's not destroyed. So actually, I think you still make a profit on that. I could get back to smogging certain locations with impunity. Okay, so it's not as bad as I thought when you run out of resources. It's only half speed. Wait, is it half or quarter speed? These things should be making 10 per month, but because of the half, it's going at okay, it is half. Right, so I take it back. The coal isn't going to be a big concern. Just a tiny concern. Don't like the fact that... Well, actually, this is alright. Cornwall finally breaks free of England. And since, you know, we're making sure that England stays just England around here, let me help you out with that one. There we go. Breaking England apart, piece by piece. Wales was conquered, so it is essentially part of England. They don't get a free out here. Besides, Wales is integral in my toy train making company. Love seeing this. And what's nice is that there was no fancy stuff here. Just roads up and forking out and being fed by wood here. I didn't need anything fancy. If it were bigger, it would need to be fancier. Also, if it was on auto warehousing, it would need to be fancier. Because right now, I'm able to deliver things 3 to a truck, which reduces the amount of traffic flowing through here, well, by 66%. But if we had everything traveling out one by one on the trucks, might be a little bit trickier. Especially since we have to still go up and down with the coal and the steel. Ah, God, I have thoroughly enjoyed this campaign. And it's not done yet. I get to do the longest, hardest bit just yet, once we have the money. And the money is coming in nicely. I might try doing it with $1 billion. Yeah, why not? Although I'd love to have an event that reduces the cost of buildings before I do that. Okay, we'll keep our eyes open for them. And to that effect, I'm actually going to have the... what is it? Slow down during PR and auctions? Yes. Apply, please. The tinners will begin production then as soon as I get a thing that reduces the cost of building buildings, because there's a ton of building buildings that I have to do. That's not bad, Cat says this game is 80% off on GOG right now. Do you have a creator code? I do not have a creator code. I don't know what a creator code is. But I'm not in any way affiliated with the people that make this game, so this is just me streaming it because I want to play the game. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I would feel remarkably uncomfortable if I had some kind of affiliate link. I think that's what some streamers have. It's like, hey, buy games through here. It supports me. It's like, no. No, no, no. That doesn't jive with me. My 128 production alerts also don't jive with me, but I think it's a lot... Yeah, a lot of it is this. Storage full, blah, blah, blah. And I'm not concerned. I would be concerned if I, say, came over here and saw everything is made of red, because it would tell me that something has gone horribly wrong with my... Uh-oh. No, you've got... Don't tell me I don't have you sent... Oh, God! I somehow forgot to reinstate the whole sending wood over to here and dried up the book industry. Right, well, this is going to cause some issues, but only some. Over goes the wood, out goes the wood. This is going to be gridlocked for a bit as everybody tries to desperately scramble. Who pays attention to production alerts, right? It's just gone from 120 to 66 because of fixing that. You are the biggest streamer of this game on Twitch. It's not unthinkable that the devs saw that and put it on sale. Did it start going on sale lately? That's possible, I suppose. I don't like to think I have that kind of influence. Bad for the ego. Where's this for? I don't think we have a parts store. There you go. Congratulations, Commonwealth. As if wealth were common. I'd be hard-pressed to recommend this game enough, though. It has its niggles. I have definitely been coming across a bunch of niggles. But the thing is, once you learn the niggles, it stops being so bad. You know, we've learned important lessons about auto, we've learned important lessons about the ranging, the organization of your warehouses and distribution. I've never been so tempted to write a guide for a game before, but no, I think I just say watch the dozens of Christmas Tinner streams, then you'll know everything you need to know. Now, I think it would be a bad idea to rush into this reading a guide. I've had a lot of fun with this, squeezing things out as we come across them. And whilst there have been frustrations along the way, solving those frustrations has led to a pretty good feeling. No, Commonwealth, I don't want to give you that stuff. There's one frustration right now. Nobody should care about auctions. Why are they in the game? Even if you do get more money, it's money later. Upkeep of all buildings, well, that is nice and worth having. But I need the thing that actually reduces the cost of buildings. That's just straight up free money for me, though, because my building upkeep is millions a month. So if I save however much percentage that is... 50, wow, that is just, here's a slab of several million for you. Jake's game facts, how to exploit the Irish, the Turks, and the Spanish. Well, let's be quite clear, it is really just the Basque, and I guess the Southern French. Well, in this timeline, Iberia conquered a bit of Southern France. So what we'd have, the Labourds and the Basques are breathing healthy fumes of booze smog. But Iberia I've left largely, in fact entirely, unravaged. I've done good things for Iberia for the first time in my gaming career. My gaming life, really. Well, turning them all into moors with Granada is probably seen as a net benefit by some. I like the fact that Portugal just... Well, the only thing Portugal is a port, which I suppose makes a lot of sense here. I've been good to North Africa by ignoring it. I've been horrible to Italy, also by ignoring it. I'm sure the Italians wanted something out of their peninsula here. They're not getting it. We decided not to smog Greece, and instead... Well, actually, you know what? A slight issue is that I think Greece owns a bit more of this Turkey. A little bit more than you're letting on. There you go. The islands are yours again, Greece. But, let's just make this completely politically savage. We don't do politics in this stream, but if we did, they'd be the best politics around. Better to be untouched by the fell hand of Jake. Again, it's so easy and so cheap not to smog somewhere. I actually think these air purifiers are way too powerful. Also the fact that farming doesn't produce any... Well, no, if farming produced pollution, it would be a death cycle in itself. How does the boat transportation compare to rails and trucks for efficiency? Great, we can have something to talk about whilst we wait for the money to pile up. I'll take a drink first, though. Trucks, boats, and zeppelins, I believe, all travel at the same speed, which is 100%. Trains travel at, I think, 200 or 250% speed. I mean, look at those zippy buggers go. So trains are faster. Trucks have a capacity of 3 if they're from a warehouse and 1 if they're from a production source. But every production source other than water needs to travel by truck, so there's no escaping having truck traffic in this game. In the end, stuff always needs to be transported by truck, because even if, say, you train or zeppelin something in, they need to come out of the trucks in order to go to the stores. There's no way around that if you want to make money, and that's what you want to do. So let's ignore the trucks that come out of production facilities and focus on the ones that come out of warehouses. You pack 3 to a truck, and they cause congestion on roads, and if they... As they drive on roads, they produce a little bit of pollution. If we can find somewhere outside of the smog zone that actually has... Here we go. Here's an example. Lots of trucks go through this one point here, and that causes pollution. Normally not a problem, but if you end up with lots of trucks going through agricultural land, it's going to spread and smog out the fields, which destroys them. They won't produce anything until you get rid of the pollution. So trucks, they have the lowest capacity at 3, they cause pollution, and they're not as fast as trains. So all in all, you don't really want to use trucks if you can avoid it. But trucks are the easiest. Trucks, by default, are what you can plug out of a warehouse. They don't require research to run. You're going to be using trucks at the very start. Trains. Trains have a capacity of 12 and are pretty damn fast. They need to roll along these train tracks. Here's one right there. 12. Running along. Very fast. Very good for the bulk transportation of low value things, but similarly good for high value. The reason I say low value is that there are 2 costs associated with transporting something. The dispatch cost, which is the cost that every vehicle has whenever it leaves somewhere. So the moment that the moment the train gets sent out of here, it's going to cost me some money. And the train has the second lowest one. I think it's $500 for dispatching, $250 for a truck. But still, it makes transport a lot denser. Oh yeah, the other cost is unit traveled. And per unit traveled, one little square of road here is 1 unit. I think it's $10 for a truck and $20 for a train. So again, it's more expensive, but the fact that you're able to fit 4 times more goods onto a train makes that a far better thing. The offset is, of course, that you need to build tracks. A lot of tracks. But if you love trains, and certainly you're right to do so, you're going to want to move over to trains as much as possible. Does mean you also have to build this bulky and slightly expensive train thing next to all your warehouses. I'm sure you'll manage. So, trucks are bleh, but they're the default. Trains are amazingly good. Zeppelins. Zeppelins have a capacity of 8. They start out with 5, but you research more to give it 8. And they ignore everything. There's no pollution worries, there's no traffic worries, they just go from A to B. That sounds amazing, but they have the highest dispatch cost, $1,000 per Zeppelin dispatched. And they have the highest cost per unit travelled, so sending things by Zeppelin, very expensive. If we look at here, I send out these vases by Zeppelin. And oh my goodness, we're gonna have to pause to go through this because it's a chunky one. Here we go. It costs 17,000 per Zeppelin I dispatched down to Iberia at 243 tiles. So if you take away the 1,000 that, I'm sure you can work out the cost per tile. So you need to make sure that Zeppelins are carrying things that are dense in value. And for me, these vases are worth, if I can find Iberia's ironmonger. There we go, they're worth 45,000 each. So since I'm sending 8 vases at that amount, I'm definitely making my money's worth. But if I were to send down something much cheaper, let's say I wanted to send mutton here. Oh, it would be eating into my profits massively. Even worse if I'm sending something like, yeah, sand or wool or wood. Don't send those by Zeppelin, send those by train. Of course, by the time you have your train set up, you might want to be sending your glass stuff by there as well. But it's good for dropping in and out. Let's say I had something set up here and I didn't really want to terraform through this and couldn't get my train through it. Sure, Zeppelin it out if it's high value enough. So Zeppelins ignore all the problems, but they cost you an arm and leg. And the extra thing we found out is that Zeppelins are really slow at dispatch. We couldn't get all this booze that we produced sent out by Zeppelin because it just didn't depart often enough. I think there's a hidden thing about Zeppelin departure, and I need to look into that more, and I likely will once this is over. Shipping sand by Zeppelin does sound like a terrible idea, says Pincushion. Terrible, but possible. I do actually send iron ore by Zeppelin, just because I didn't have much of another option. I think it's done from here, right? Yeah, here we go. I send the iron ore by Zeppelin over to, I think, to here? Because I needed iron ore on Britain, and I just didn't have a better way to do it. So it would certainly be better if I set up a train network, but I didn't. I just went with Zeppelins. It was probably worth the cost somehow. That leaves the final one, and the one that's become my favourite. Boats. Boats don't care about pollution. Boats just care that you have a port. This is the biggest weakness. You need a port. And the port needs to be on a straight piece of level ground against a straight piece of water. So setting up is bulky. It limits where your warehouses can be. But that's not necessarily a problem as we see in Iberia, because we can just have the boat here, the warehouse here, and then trucks will do the rest. Again, trucks are the lowest cost per tile, and we need the trucks to send to Iberian shops anyway. So, assuming that you've gone for boats, boats have the highest capacity out of everything, even higher than a train. A boat capacity is 15. Let's confirm that by finding a boat. Oh, they're all on their way back from sending stuff over there. Here we go, here's a boat with 15 loads of hard cider. So that means that no matter how expensive boats are, the fact that they pack a lot in makes them pretty cost effective. They do share the highest dispatch cost with Zeppelins, I believe. I think it's $1,000 dues to send out a boat. I might be wrong though, that's going 287 times. Oh right, per unit travelled though is cheaper than a Zeppelin but more expensive than a train. But they ignore all traffic. As long as there's a water route, they can take that water route. Even if that water route is a really narrow canal, even if that water route is... Can we see them going through these? Yeah, see, they can swim through these points, no problem. They go through each other without slowing down. They're just wonderful. Boats are wonderful. Of course, let's say we didn't have all this water. If this was just all flat land, I'd have to terraform rivers for them to go down, which would make them considerably less wonderful, but I don't. I'm dealing with the real world here, not with the random blobs of map that the game creates. Are mixed loads not possible? No, Baron, they are not. From what I've read of some of the old guides of the game, I think during the game's early access, mixed loads might have been possible, because there was a notion of that a train can have certain different products on it, but I didn't play this game in early access, because you know my feelings on early access. Terraform canals all over the map is an open transport tycoon, deluxe classic, and very profitable. It could certainly be very profitable. Let's say there wasn't the top bit here. Let's say that this was just a landmass over here. Oh, I can't terraform because of bleeding Sweden, can I? Anyway, imagine this is all land. Terraforming this in would be great because it would allow me to suddenly start moving goods from the UK to Russia by boat, and then putting in my own Kiel Canal, very worth it. When we play on the real world, there's going to be a very real incentive for me to establish the Suez Canal, because it's going to mean that I can ship goods without going around Africa between Europe and, well, all of Asia and Oceania. I might even find it reasonable to make my own canal through all of Europe or all of some other big landmass, but we'll cross that bridge, we'll cross that canal when we get to it. Price of oil up? Oh, sign me up. I'm not sure if I'm going to make my money on that, but at the very least, the Russian Empire's hardware store. Oh my goodness, that's some damn good money to be making on oil. Oh god, what popped up there that I missed? Hopefully just an auction. Remember, I'm looking for an event that lowers the price of building new buildings. And if I don't get one by the time I get to 1.5 billion, we'll just get with it anyway. Riverboats can travel from the Black Sea to the Baltic. It's a fair... Oh, you mean going rivers there, right? Fair enough. There we go. Germany has now become a big boy city. And they also demand tinners. We're going to have an interesting question to answer. Who deserves the tinners? Russia, Commonwealth, Germany, Scandinavia, France, Iberia, the Balkans. Who gets our delicious tinner when we're done? Also, what is the hold up here? Why are these paper mills not operational? You say you want... Oh, right. I see the problem now. You guys don't actually produce enough wood. I thought you did this whole time, but I was wrong because what you were doing was we were subsidizing wood thanks to Russia's state imports. If I go over here, we'll probably find that this is empty of wood, pretty much. And now let's make it full of wood. Deploy the trucks. God, I love to see it. Can I F8 see it? Ah. No, Scandinavia, you're not getting my bricks. If you send me a tinner, I will try it. I'm curious as FGs. Balkans, right? The Balkans have been good to us. It's the first place we expanded into, and I think I've made reasonable sums of money sending them napkins, dyes, fabrics, and textiles. And they gave me all this lovely flat ground to send goods elsewhere. Wait, you're giving away not tenners, tinners! Delicious Christmas tinners. It's what the whole campaign is about. That's why it's called Saving Christmas Tinner. God, I've been going for a while. I could do with a tinner myself. I'll have 10. No, not tenners. Tinners. I'm pretty happy that despite leaving this running for a very long time, I only have 34 production alerts. And I bet a lot of them is, yeah, storage full, which is fine. Although I'm very surprised I'm overproducing booze here. If I am overproducing booze, then we certainly have other places. Didn't Russia want booze? Yeah, Russia's got a liquor store that wouldn't mind being fulfilled a bit. I wonder, do I actually want to do that? Do you connect with... You do connect with Russia. I could actually send excess here and have you sell booze to Russia. That would probably make me extra dosh. There's no good reason not to do it, so let's do it. Are you already on auto sell, by the way? Outgoing products only to shops. So actually, I only need to do one thing here, and that is go to Warehouse 24, Destinations, and tell them to also get, well, anything that's backed up. There's no point giving it to goods that aren't backed up. Send it by train. Max sent. I guess it doesn't really matter, but whatever. Give them like 30 of them. What else are we backed up on? Not vodka. Probably hard cider. Ah, wine. Ah, but the wine is backed up because of that. Nonetheless. Over you go. Send them the vino. Keep some behind because we might want that for the brandy still. Better to make more expensive products than not. And yeast. Do you want yeast, Russian Empire? No, you don't. Ah, okay, so that's the only thing I was backed up on. I thought I had more things here. I got raw goods, but we don't care about the raw goods so much. So now we should see them popping out of here and heading over to here, and the dispatch on that is not going to be very expensive. The cost of sending those over to that warehouse, 3 grand, which is fine. In it goes, and then I would have expected you... Oh, Christ, where do we go? You should be sending to shops, but you're not. It's another one of those moments where I have to think, why is that not happening? Oh! No, you're sending out grain. That's all well and good, but I want you to be sending out booze to the liquor store. But you are sending out booze to the liquor store, right? It's just that they're on the way back. Gotcha, gotcha. Not a problem then. So now the Russian Empire's liquor store is getting some brandy and wine, and that's even more money in my pocket. That's what a tinner is? All this effort to make sludge in a can? Delicious sludge in a can. Really, we're the precursor to the synthetic meals in RimWorld, and everybody loves those because they are the cheapest way of making food, and they don't cause food poisoning, and they don't take time. Alright, speed it up, game. I'm coming in for the home run here. At least the anti-weeb lobby will be happy. This is eating into Amayui time, and I still need to go and have myself my dinner with a D, because I don't have any tinners. God, I love seeing those boats operational. I want to have so much more done with boats. And they don't have that horrible Zeppelin issue of just not being able to get enough. Booze isn't something that I mass produce, right? Filling the demands for one city is not a lot of booze every week. What is that, like 10, 20, 30? Less than 40. So that's 8 Zeppelins in every 15 days. And yet, it just cannot dispatch them at that rate. I am surprised. Okay, I need to stop skipping those things. I might be missing out on opportunities to get cheaper buildings. Okay, okay. Just about there with the money. It's grown faster than I thought. Probably because of that extra oil and gas coming from Russia, as well as... Oh, well, you know what? We have a lot of calculations to do in order to make this work, but fortunately I have a lot of space. I say a lot. There's a possibility that this isn't enough space for my tinners. It's that big. I should be worried about this, but only a little. What I would like to do, though, is move this road away a bit, even if it's going to result in extra road. Let's have you come out here and come along here. Oh, God. Hopefully this is the only bit that I need to terraform. Along. Just giving myself all the tinner space that I could need. All that I could conceptually need. What is this story? Nobody needs to go to Scandinavia, to Commonwealth that desperately, do they? Nonsense. I'm just drawing the lines here now so that we have all this space, that we decide that we're going to have all this space for all the tinners we could need. So you join up there, and we'll get rid of this. Nothing saying I'm not going to have something like this later, but there. Kinda can't wait for those tinners. Tell you what though, whilst it's running, I'll go and get myself a fresh batch of water, because it's going to be truck speed. Give me that. It's going to be a bit of time that I set up tinners. Ah, I think I won that right. Yeah, now my trucks are even faster. Which I can't imagine having much practical use, but that's why I don't like those temporary measures. Price increase, fine. Price lowering, fine. But things that interrupt your logistical enterprises just don't seem sensible to have. There we go. We're going to advance Russia. They deserve it. The metropolis, the heavy industrial metropolis of Russia. Production alerts don't seem too bad. We sorted out all the issues here. I should have clicked on earlier when I noticed there wasn't all the boats coming out here. Of course there wasn't, they couldn't do things with wood. And isn't wood needed for all of this industry? Is anything made out of not wood? Paper's made from wood. The mulch is made from wood. The oil, the ink gets mixed with things that are made of wood. Cardboard, yeah, no. Wood is the backbone of making paper mill stuff, which makes it a whole... That has got to be the easiest of the later level shops to deal with. I suppose the flip side is the liquor store requires almost no limited things. The only thing you need are bottles for... You need coal to make glass, to make bottles for... Is it vodka? Is vodka in a bottle? No? Brandy? Yeah, bottles of brandy. Brandy is worth tons of money. But, you know, why go through the effort of these things when you can make these? Man, the prices on these... Okay, you want bookstores instead of liquor stores. You get a lot more money for this, it's simpler to make, it's more space efficient, and uses fewer raw materials. Yeah, in fact, just like this needs coal for the glass, this needs coal for the ink, although there's quite a bit of ink to be had. It's really activating the old thinker, and there's going to be a lot of thinking I need to do for the next run of this. I'm exploiting Russia's resources far better than Russia was ever able to as well. Feels good. Okay, 1.4. I said 1.5 and we will get to 1.5. I'm trying to... What other... Oh, no mutton for you. What else is there? Clothing store isn't a late game one of these, but... Clothes give you good money, and they don't demand anything that is limited, right? This is all just crops and... Yeah, it's all crops and livestock. So, clothing store is very easy to set up. I was kind of intimidated by it early on, but really, a tiny setup like this is all I needed to supply them with their textiles and their napkins. And I would just need a little more, with some wool and some leather coming in, and we'd be able to deal with their wintry clothes as well. Is there anything that I'm missing out on here? Nah, it's simple stuff. I just didn't want to faff around with livestock for that. But if I had, yeah, lots of money would be made on that. So, clothing store, great. Toy store, I think, is a troublesome one, because you really have to diversify for these. You're going to need crops in order to get yourself stuffing, and you're going to need the fabric that you also want for the clothing store in order to make your dolls. Dolls aren't here, but the teddy bear is, so you're going to need wool for that. You also need wood, but... So the wood is pretty good. The wood will make yourself the trains and the furniture. But then you start going to dollhouse, and then you need dolls, and dolls are going to need that fabric. And if you want to go for the most expensive toy sets here, well, this one's largely wood and the textiles, but this one needs steel. And suddenly for steel you need iron ore, and you need coal, and a lot of pollution. And if you want your marbles, well, there's the glass again, dies. There's too many things involved in a toy store. It's a very unfriendly thing to produce for. Although, if you just focus on part of it, which might be your only option early game, you can do well on the stuffing and the toy trains, which is what we did. Home goods I haven't dealt with, but these, oh my god, the values on them are great. However, they require complicated things and lots of raw resources. So once you run out of those, you're going to end up with an industry that's not going to make quite so much money. I'd probably avoid these just due to the sheer amount of faff they are to make. The diner. This is just food galore. There's lots of research needed for these, but berry smoothie, lovely and easy. Berry pie. If you're big on your crops, and I've got a very, very easy to use crop stampy downy tool, this would be very easy to make lots of money off of, so big thumbs up on Diner. It just needs a lot of stuff. Can you mod in goods? Yes. I believe this game is quite mod unfriendly. It has workshop integration, but to be able to actually put things in the workshop is a bit of a struggle. So I commend those who have actually put stuff onto the workshop. I feel like I'm making people a lot of work if they want to drive to the Commonwealth here. Maybe, just maybe, I can do something nice for them. What's that new regulation? Don't bother me just before it's dinner time. The state implemented a new regulation. It costs more. Well, that's essentially costing me another 1.5 million or so per month, which isn't a big deal. But I'd still rather they weren't taking my money from me. That's why there's no actual Christmas dinner. What do you mean there's no Christmas dinner? What do you call... Okay, Commonwealth is the only place I could have clicked on that wouldn't have it. Here we go. The pre-made Christmas dinner. It's a really hearty meal, right? Inside it are 2 chicken dinners, and a chicken dinner comprises of cooked vegetables, an orange soda, and fried chicken. And the fried chicken is made of 3 entire chicken carcasses, complete with flour and olive oil. That's a lot of eating. And you get 2 berry pies made of berries, dough, and sugar. And on top of that, you get some free napkins and plastic cutlery. All that in a dinner? Honestly, it's a surprise I'm giving it away at the low price of dozens of millions. Delicious, my mistake. Yeah, but here's a more detailed picture of it. God, I could look at that all day. But I don't have to, so I won't. Right, I've eaten into my time quite a lot. I meant to get this done within 40 years. But if I end up out of money, that's going to be bad news for me. Okay, what's really bad news is just how much thinking I'm going to have to do now. Cost of all build... Oh! Whoa! This came at the perfect moment. I'm going to have to build damn near everything, and I get 54% off of it. Man, I don't deserve the luck I have, but I will take it. Let's just check a before and after. I'm probably going to need a lot of food factories, which cost 550,000. Sorry, now they cost 253,000. I don't think that reduces... Oh my god, it even reduces the cost of the many, many million mega factories. These cost 50 million each, and now they cost me 23 million. Oh, I know a guy who's going to be very jealous of me getting that. Well, sounds like a good opportunity to save. I hate auctions, says Jake, but also, Jake, this... I mean, it's great the way it's come out here, but it's still a distraction. Alright, overwrite Christmas 10 or 9. Yeah, I didn't even need... Well, there's going to be upkeep costs on this, but yeah, wow. That being there just smashed through pretty much everything. So, here's the part where you want to go and do something else for about an hour, because I need to figure out how much of everything I need for this. I'm going to do this manually, but the next time I ever play a campaign on this game, I am getting a calculator. There is a calculator. Somebody made a tool, and I can't remember the link for it, but I'm sure my browser does. If I put in calculator, this seems about right. I'm going to throw it into chat so you can play around with it as well. Here is a calculator that some bright bugger put together for this game. And I appreciate it, but I don't like it. And the reason I don't like it is that it's really bulky. If you get the... it's hard to read. You put in what you want to make, it tells you what you need to do it, but everything is huge on it. So much white space, so much dead space. Just, I want the final numbers, not this massive expandable list of this, that, and the next thing. So I'm probably just going to scavenge or put together an Excel sheet that can tell me the same amount of information in far less white space. It's made for a phone, most likely, says Rolling Ninja. And is there anything phone users won't ruin? Okay, before I go down that way, let's consider what we're trying to do here. I want to make a tinner every single 15 days, if I can. And you might think, well, that's easy. I mean, sure, it'll just be like a more complicated version than this. Yeah, okay. To make a Christmas tinner, for one, it takes 360 days to make one in a mega factory. So, and I'm going to need a fresh page for this one. So, straight away, we know that I am going to need... okay. If one does it that often, then 12 of them are going to make them every 30 days. So I need 12 mega factories. So 12 mega factories. Because they can work at 200% and produce them every 15 days. So it's like having 24. 24 into 360 is 15. So I need 12 mega factories. And they cost 50 million each. So you can see why I wanted loads of money. Jake, you could also overwrite the CSS a little to make it more compact. You are overestimating my skills at doing that. And my effort. Okay, 12 mega factories are going to be needed. Also, to produce that many Christmas tinners in 15 days, that means the demand for these is going to be pretty damn high. So each of these are going to be eating... man, I could draw like a flow chart here, couldn't I? I'd need a bigger piece of paper. Okay, let's say these 12 mega factories are every 15 days going to be eating a total of 24, or is it 48? I think they're going to be eating 48 of these chicken dinners. Because yeah, I've got 12 of them eating 2, which is 24, but they'll be running at double speed, which is 48. So I need 48 of these things. 48 of those things, well they, oh my god, they take 180 days each to make. So 48 chick dinners. How many factories do I need to produce 48 chicken dinners every 15 days? Well, they make one every 180 days. So they'd make one every 90 days working double speed. One every 15 days would be 6 of those. Hang on, this can't be right. Do I really need 6 of them times 48? No, there must be something wrong with my calculations there. There's no way that can be right. Maybe I'm doing this the wrong way. Every 15 days... Oh, crikey. The brain is rotting already and I've only just started here. How many chicken dinners do I need? Or rather, how many well, okay. I need 48 chicken dinners every 15 days. No. I've got this the wrong way round. Don't think of it about per days. Think about how many we need to fit. Because really... I only need 2 chicken dinners every 15 days. Great. That's a better way to think about it. I need 2 chicken dinners every 15 days. If I had 2 of them... Okay, so what do I need to make those 2 come out? Well, currently I'm making 1 every that. So let's say I want 1 every 15 days. That's 6 of these factories. So I need 12 of these factories. Is that right? 12 of those? Something doesn't seem right about that. Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense, though, because it makes them in half the time. Right, if I just think of scaling from 12, then it is fine. So I need 12 chicken dinner factories. Great. But the chicken dinner factories are going to necessitate a lot of fried chicken. Which means I need 12 fried chicken... well, no, I need... Oh... I have 12 chicken dinner factories. So I need... Oh my god. I bet this is so simple if you're just looking at it from home. I think I also... Well, no, these guys do 1 every 90 days. So I might only need 6 fried chickens. 6 fried chicken factories. Let's work this out logically. If I had 6 of these going at 200%, then they'd be making 1 every 15 days, 2 every 15 days. And I need 2... because that's going to make 2 chicken dinners. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, I need 6 fried chicken factories. The fried chicken factory itself needs... needs what exactly? Well, it needs a lot of chicken meat. A whole lot of chicken meat. But since... Oh, well, no... Ignoring the eggs here. The chickens come out 3 times as fast, though. So I think I only need 6 farms for chickens. And I need to get rid of the eggs somehow, so that might not be so bad. The need for flour ain't so bad. If I make 2 flour every... I make 1 flour every 15 days. So I think I need 2 flour places. 2 flour? 2 flour... Does that make sense? If I had 2 flour things, they're going to make me 2 bits of flour every 15 days. And that's enough to make 2 bits of fried chicken, which is enough to fill into the chicken thing. Alright, so 2 flour factories. Oh, but the flour factories necessitate wheat. Although, to be honest, it's not going to be that much wheat. They only do 1 bit of wheat every 15 days, and if I've got 2 of them, that's 2 wheat farms. Just 2 wheat fields, actually. So that's okay. And I can use that wheat to also feed some of the chicky flickies. So I could just overproduce wheat and not care about it. These things also need oil. Olive oil, which I think only need olives. So that's alright. They make 1 every 15 days as it is. And I'm only going to need 2. So I only need 2 olive oils. 2 oil factories, and that's going to need 2 olive farms. Okay, well that all seems quite easy so far. That's us dealt with the chicken part of the chicken dinner. How about the vegetables part of the chicken dinner? Again, this guy makes 1 every 90 days, so I can pretty much just follow the same thing I did with the fried chicken idea. So I need 6 veggie factories. My pen is desperately running out, so let me just grab another one. Great moment to shill, but when I write, I use Staedtler Tri Plus Fineliners. I love them. It's my favorite pen to write with. Words just flow out. Then again, I've never really had a good pen in my life. This is my idea of good. So, this is a lot easier because these 6 veggie farms are going to necessitate, let's see, 2 to 1. Is that 4 vegetable farms? Ooh, what is this then? Let me think for a bit. I only need 1 bit of... Well, I need 2 bits of these cooked vegetables every thingamajigger. That's why we're doing 6 of them. And they're going to need 2 bits of vegetables coming in each time. Whatever, just make lots of vegetables. That's an easy way to think of it. I'll probably just say 3. 3 veg farms. And same for taties. 3 potato farms. And 1 bit of oil. 2 bits of oil? Yeah, 2 bits of oil again. 2 oil, which again will need 2 olives. Wait, 2 olives with 3 potatoes? That wouldn't make much sense. But the olives... No, still... Oh, well, then we need double of this, don't we? But 2 goes into 2 here. Yeah, whatever. Overproduce on the veg. It's not a big deal. Like I said, calculator would make my life easier here. 2.5 potato, 2.5 veg. 2.5? Why would it be 2.5? Oh well, it matters not. We can make plenty. And then there's the orange soda part of the chicken dinner. Orange soda. And of that, again, I'm going to need, assuming it takes the same time of 90 days to make orange soda, it doesn't. I only need 3 orange soda makers because they do it in twice the speed. But the orange soda itself is going to necessitate... Well, it only needs 1 bit of this, so... Oh, only 1 soda water maker. That's tiny. Because one of these does 2 every 30 days, which is 1 every... Oh, wait, no, aren't we making 2 chicken tinners? So I'm actually going to need 2 soda water places. Because otherwise I would only be providing the orange drinks for 1 of the chicken tinners, and this thing needs 2. So, I need 2 soda water factories, and... how fast? 30 days. How fast do you make orange juice? You make 1 every 15 days, and evidently I'm going to need 2. So, 2 OJ factories. Hopefully I know what OJ is. It's not a term I use often, but I don't have space to write orange juice. Oh no, we need bottles! I'm just going to fly in the bottles that I already make, I think. But I might need to make more regardless. It's just bringing in glass making is horrible. Still, bottles. We make 2 every 30 days, so I need 2 bottles factories. And for each of these, the soda water, the 2 soda water places is going to necessitate the use of, well, 2 sugar farms, I guess? 2 sugar farms and water. Well, I'm just going to need water straight up. Water is produced faster though, so I think that's only 1 water thing needed. But it's for 2 soda factories, so that will be 2 bits of water coming in. But running at 200%, Yeah, it'll be fine. Just water. Orange juice. I haven't even grown oranges in this map, I think. It's going to necessitate bringing in those oranges. Well, one orange every 15 days. Doesn't it only need one orange? Maybe I only need one sugar as well. If I make an orange every 15 days, I will get 2 bits. Yeah, the scaling is 1 orange to 2. Similarly, it's 1 sugar to 2. And since I only need 2 of them operational, I only need one bit of sugar. Yeah. 1 sugar. 1 orange. And it, as usual, needs water. And the bottles, the less I think about the bottles, the happier I'll be. I'll just have a line going, 2 bottle factories needs glass, and glass needs sand and coal. I might just bring that in just so we have a complete closed loop of tinner making. If I want 2 bottle factories, they're going to be demanding 3 glass every 15 days, which is actually 2 glass works. I wonder if at some point I've forgotten about the percentage things that I do here. I feel like I have somewhere down the line, which is going to make this more painful, but whatever. Percentages can be manipulated. 2 glass, which of course means sand plus coal. And I'm in a good position to import coal from the state line here, so that's okay. Jake, this fixes the calculator. Document head query. Okay, well I'm not going to use that now, but I will certainly look into doing that for the next campaign of this. And there will be another campaign of this on the full world. I'll show it off again once I'm done here. Okay, great. We got the dinner part of the tinner. What about the tin part of the tinner? Oh boy. Okay. So at least I only need half as many of these as I need of the Christmassy thing. So I only need 6. What is this called again? 6 containers. 6 container places. And the container will necessitate... Oh boy, thin cardboard, napkins, and plastic cutlery. Plastic is a royal pain. 2 at 45. It makes 2 every 45 days. So it makes 1 every 90. Wait, no. Other way around. It makes 1 every 22.5 days. So if I had 2 of those, I'd be fine. But couldn't I just run it at a higher percentage and it would be okay? My whole thought about this is it's running at a higher percentage, so I should continue to think of it as that way. Think about the amount that needs to be put out. Oh well, whatever. My numbers are getting ropier now. 2 cardboard. Well, tea cardboard, which also necessitates cardboard. Actually, you know what? Why worry about that? I already have cardboard production here that's just being sold. Why not just ship it up? That's going to save me a lot of stuff. And the napkins as well. I can just import those. It's all the chicken dinner stuff that I haven't touched at all. Aha, yeah, thinking about that. Okay, so if I import my napkins and my plastic cutlery, which are already made plentifully, that just leaves plastic cutlery. So the cutlery... Remember, I need to make 2 cutlery. 2 cutlery every 15 days for this. You make 2 every 30, so I only need 2 cutlery makers. Imagine you got a guy on a project who says he didn't spend time on the job, or that is fine in this scenario. Now imagine the result after 10 years. That is where I am now. What are you talking about, Anon? Sounds like you got problems. Well, we all got problems, and this is my one here right now. 2 cutlery places are going to make me 2 bits of cutlery every... But again, I'm not thinking about running it at 200%. Just one of them at 200 would work fine. Whatever percentages are. Yeah. Okay. They're going to need a lot of plastic. Plastic is done every 15 days. 2 comes out every 15 days. But I need more than that. So I actually need like 1.5, but they're coming out faster. If you make 2 every 15... Whatever, let's say I need 3 of them. 3 plastics. And I don't like this next part, which is plastics are made of oil and gas. I have oil and gas right here, so I'm going to pipe that one down. So let's just say we pipe in oil plus gas. But that's an easy way to make the cutlery. That's not a lot to worry about. So with that, and bearing in mind that I can and will import my napkins and my thin cardboard, because we have both of those operational already, and that's okay. I mostly just didn't want to figure out the numbers. Berry pie. This should be the easiest of the 3 to make. I will, since berry pies take... Oh, berry pies take almost no time compared to the other things. These take 180. These only take 45 days. So, berry pie. How many factories do I need to produce? Well, actually, one factory makes 2 in 45 days. So 3 would make 2 in... 3 of them would make 2 every 15 days. So 3 berry pie factories, because I can't do 1.5 berry pie factories at 200%. So 3 berry pie factories are going to need... Let's see... Berries. How many berries do I need to produce to satisfy 3 of these guys? Well, 2 makes 2, so I actually only need 2 berry fields. 2 berry... I can get all my farming done in one area very easily with this then. Dough. I need my dough. I get 2 every 30 days. How many do I need? It takes 2 to make 2 berry pies, so I need 2 dough every 15 days. So I can actually have one of these working at 200%. I'll write a little note here, 200%, because I've been forgetting the 200% quite often. And the dough itself needs flour and water, but everywhere needs water. I'll just set up a central water distribution area, and I'll have a lot of trains bringing this around because it'll be easier that way. So flour is made from the wheat, but how much flour factoring do I need? 2 flour makes 2 dough makes 2 pies. So I just need 2 bits of flour coming out every 15 days. And that's 2 flour factories, or 1 flour factory at 200% if I remember this often. I swear calculator's going to save my butt. And of course water, but I'll just send water. And then finally, sugar is just straight up, you need sugar. And how much do I need? 1 for 2, so only 2 fields, or 1 sugar field at 200%.